Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening, and welcome back to Computerized Start Live! I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan, and the results are in. So I have already tabulated the results of my poll, and you will know what won the poll very momentarily. But first, we got to see who is in the chat, i.e., the people who potentially voted. We have Frank S. Hi, Frank. Hello, all. Just in time and his famous Wheel of Regrets. Yes, I may do Wheel of Regrets tonight. But I got to start off with what won in the poll. We have Francois. Hi, Francois. We have Jamie's Hack Shack. Hi, Jamie. And we have Bill Lewis. Hi, Bill. And we have Retrotech Chris. Hi, Chris. Chris says he is just lurking. Frank Esk is asking, am I keeping up with the Commodore? We shall see. Yes. So, I do have the July tip jar thingamajig there on the screen, and the link is in the video description. We have a couple more people trickling in. We have Viborg. Hi, Tim. And yes, we have Gut Bomb. Hi, Gut Bomb. All right. So, I have tabulated the results of the poll on both X and Ko-fi, and there was a two-way tie. So, therefore, to break the tie, I have dug through one of the boxes of stuff I picked up, because, of course, I set stuff on the box, because this morning there was a solid winner of lowest to highest. So I was like, all right, well, let me set it up for that. And then you all spoke, and a couple people voted for Team Trident. The two-way tie was between do it lowest to highest and Trident cards first. Only one person voted for in the order that things appeared in Mac84's video, which actually was a relief, because I was going to have to go through Mac84's video very carefully if that one won. So, sorry, Steve. Trident cards always win, seemingly. Yes, I picked up 2 Trident video cards, and they were actually from cards that Bill Lewis had for the free pile, and I ran into Bill Lewis before he got to the free pile, and he let me dig through. So I picked up this wonderful Trident TGUI 9440i. Looks like it might have a megabyte of RAM on it. And I also have this TGUI 9680 that has a megabyte of RAM on it. Anyways, there we go. So, yes, I did pick up 2 Trident video cards, and they were from the free pile. So, not only did I start with Trident cards first, but I have started with the lowest to highest cost items. Starting off with items from the free pile. So yes. And now, because I usually do this segment before getting into the main topic, it is now time for...
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
right, and what do we have for Wheel of Regrets? We have this sort of nondescript box that, well, kind of says what's in it. It is a DigiKey box, which might also say what's in it. So, yeah, I don't know why you got booted from the stream, Gut Bomb. That is very weird. But anyways, so I have from eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret. I bid on an auction for a bunch of like random Apple II related ICs. We'll go through this and then I will admit to what my winning bid was. It was a little higher than I was hoping it would be, but anyways. So we have, of course, anti-static bubble wrap, thankfully. And then we have, to start us off, a bunch of dip package ICs from DigiKey. So since these are still sealed, I will leave them sealed. But we have some 74LS 194s, 74LS 51s, 74LS 20s. Oh, believe me, this does get a bit more exciting, I hope. Some more 74LS. Oh, no, these are 74LS 151s. Francois says, bubble wrap. Most every day. I bought on eBay. I don't know what song that's supposed to be sung to. 74LS 283s. 74LS 04s. 74LS 161s. Oh, that's Weird Al's eBay song. Oh, yeah. 74LS 257s. And 74LS 153s. So, bunch of ICs. Now, and we have, oh, look at here. A bag of random screws. That there might be worth what I paid for this. Probably not. More bubble wrap. All right, here we go. Now we're yeah, that I think that's a bonus item. I don't remember seeing those in the photo. Okay, now this is probably one of the two main items that caught my eye in the lot. Plus another thing that was in the description and somewhere in the photo, I think. But there was this box here, and I believe if this box, yes, it still has it. So in this box, there are two ROMs marked Macnoid D8 and F8, along with a 65CO2 processor. And then underneath that is an Apple ROM of some sort that I don't know what it is exactly. We may have to try to look up the part number. Jesse says, oh, hi, Jesse. I'm here, don't know for how long. I have a core switch migration at 1 a.m. Ugh. That, anyways, that 2K EEPROM is in a little bag that says 2K EEPROM. But it looks like an Apple mask ROM. Chris says, I had work to do at 11 p.m. last night. I just didn't know it until 11 p.m. Oh, hi, Art. Welcome. All right, so this Apple ROM is a 341-0036. Oh, I think it's a character ROM. Because it says SCHR on it. So I think this is a character ROM for something. I did some research on Macnoid, and Macnoid appears to be a user on a forum. So what's on those ROMs, I don't know. I did not find any of their forum posts that seemed to like admit to what that was. So I'm presuming those are for an Apple IIe enhanced. All right, and we have more bubble wrap. And up we have icy tubes. All right, let's see what we got in here. Retrotech. Retrotech Chris says date and fate. Oh, D8 and F8. Yeah. Oh, Gutbomb guessed something. Oh, look at the big brain on Justin. Hint, not spoiler. Was my guess incorrect? I do not see big brain. Maybe I'm unusually dense tonight. I don't see. Oh, Gutbomb says those are probably ROMs for use in the brain board. Oh, okay. You might be right there. I'll have to go look up the brain board. Let's see here. Along with some of those logic chips. Oh! Okay, well, I'm hoping we get to some other things, which kind of tells me this might have been someone's, like, repair parts stash. But somewhere there's supposed to be some 4116s in here, too. And this is not them, because these are Texas Instruments logic chips. 74 LS 257s, I believe. Okay. So, those are some 257s. Oh, hi, Steve. Welcome. We're going through Wheel of Regrets, and at the moment I haven't found the potentially actually valuable thing in this eBay purchase. And I don't know what these are. Steve says, nice to see you virtually. Yes, I actually saw Steve in person this weekend. Some 74 LSO4s. And if you haven't seen Steve's latest video, well, go watch it, and you'll see that I was actually there. We've not. Tim says we've not hit the regret part yet. Yeah, so far we haven't hit the regret part. You are correct. Hi, Jeremy. Welcome. We got Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack here. 74 LS04s. Okay, more 74 LS04s. I definitely have. Oh, here we go. Yes. All right, we have some Texas Instruments 4116s, 150 nanosecond. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 8 4116s. Very nice. These cost like. This would cost like 20 or 25 bucks from Reactive Micro, I believe. I don't remember exactly what they charge, but here we go. I've got a Rockwell 6502 and a Rockwell 665. 6551. Not sure what that is. Cool. So another 6502 processor. Here we go. I think this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more 4116s. So 18. I believe that's the number that was supposed to be in here. So, yay! B-Borg accidentally said, hi, Mac 86. And Gutbomb quickly chimes in, lol, Mac 84 has become a Mac Plus. Steve says, I forget my name too. Yeah. Oh no. Tim says it was an expensive day. HVAC guy tried to fix my AC. It needs fully replaced. RIP my wallet. Oof. Retrotech Chris says Mac 8086. Alright, and I think we got some more logic chips. Yeah, so I think these are 74 LS 195s. Yes, so 74 LS 195s. Very nice. Mac 84 has reverse directions now and says he's Mac 68040. Your Mac 840 AV. Actually, I believe the 74 LS 195s are no longer made. All right, we have some B117s, whatever those are, or MM5290J-3s. These might be some SRAMs or something. Steve says Mac 68LC040. I'm not smart enough for math. Steve, that's why you should have picked up one of the calculators I put on the free pile. I shared a few extra calculators on the free pile. You should have picked one up. Jesse says, theory is they had to get parts from eBay. I'm wondering if they maybe bought parts on eBay for something they were doing and sold what they didn't need. 74 LS 138s. Ooh, these are actually very handy. All right. And I think, and we have a Soup R mod for the Apple II. So this is actually the RF modulator that Apple couldn't sell you because that would have required them to get like further FCC approval or something like that. So instead, they gave the specifications to M&R Enterprises in Sunnyvale, California, had them make the RF modulator, sold as a separate part, and there you go. All right, that's actually kind of cool. So I now have a Soup R Mod 2 channel 32 to 34 TV interface unit, black and white or color. Neat-o. Oh, I missed some more chips here. These are probably, I think whoever originally bought some of these chips, they look like they came from China because they're in these little short tubes of 5 sealed with tape. 74 LS32s. All right. Or maybe just someone reselling shorter amounts of chips bought from the US. I can't tell. Steve says Mac error number 11. And then, last but not least, I think, other than the infamous DigiKey paper bubble wrap. All right. Well, that post-it note, Gutbum says, I think you have all the chips to make a brain board now and have tons left over. Well, actually, Gutbum, the reason I bought this lot is because of the 4116s, as well as this. Although I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but probably use it. A ROM X. I now have a ROM X for the Apple II and II Plus. Plus a bunch of extra logic chips and some 4116s. So anyways, what did I pay? Gutbum says, okay, you don't need a brain board. All right, Steve. Steve's off to grab a later dinner. Enjoy your regrets. Thank you, Steve. I don't think this is a regret. I think I got a decent deal. All right, so my winning bid for all of that was $71. Jeremy's asking, is there a ROM Y or a ROM Z? I don't think so, not yet. So $71 plus shipping. It was a little higher than I was hoping it would go for, but I had a max bid, and, well, it went for a little bit under my max bid. So $71 plus shipping. There we go. Box of parts. All right, and that concludes Wheel of Regret. So we will get back to the items I got at the System Source swap meet. And we are going from lowest to highest price. So that means we're going to go through everything I grabbed from the free pile. So first, free pile or free from a vendor. And because everything I grabbed from the free pile is not as convenient, let me move my eBay purchase to the side so I don't get it mixed in with stuff. I think I will start with. No, we'll go through the free pile first. So, I guess continuing on with some stuff that I got from Bill Lewis before he made it to the free pile. And I'm hoping I didn't bend the pins too bad. Or the pins might have already been bent. But anyways, I grabbed a bunch of CPUs. Okay, it looks like they survived shipping. This one, I think I accidentally bent a couple pins, but anyways, we have a selection of, I think, Pentium 3, Pentium 4, and Celeron processors here. Just trying to turn these so I can see what they actually are. These are from my favorite era of Pentium 4s, and we also have Pentium 3s. I like Pentium 3s. They're nice. All right. So we have 4 of these. I believe these are socket 423 Pentium 4s, which I've always thought was neat after I realized what they are. But that is a Pentium 4, I think possibly socket 478 processor, more or less, on an adapter board. Now I bet you can't unsee that. Although it may not have all need for all the 478 pins, because if you look at the vias there. Anyways, yeah. That's an adapter board. So, for reference, here's I believe a socket 478 version. So, you kind of note how there's stuff on the bottom. Yeah, this is 423. This is 478. But that's an adapter. That's actually an adapter board. I think this may be. Okay, well, it's not quite 423, but they do have. That is a chip on an adapter board. Socket. Jesse says socket 478. Fire that up in wintertime. Yeah. Yeah, the net bust microarchitecture was my favorite. So we have a couple Pentium 4s here. So we got a Pentium 4, I think 1.8 gigahertz. I'm having trouble reading through the thermal paste. Let me see if I can get the little bit of thermal paste off. Is that 1.4? It might actually be 1.4. Okay, that kind of looks like a 1.4 gigahertz. And I think that's a 1.5 gigahertz. and a 1.46 gigahertz, maybe? And a 1.4 gigahertz? No, that's 1.4 gigahertz. And then we got a Pentium 3, 1 gigahertz. Do I have a socket 423 board? Probably not. And we've got a Celeron, or a Celery 2.2 gigahertz. And a Pentium 4, 2 gigahertz. And then we've got a Pentium 3, 1 gigahertz with the metal block. So I think that's still going to be socket 370. And Celeron 1.2 gigahertz. I sell you wrong. Hey, John, welcome. We got the big bad biologist's big bad bench here. The Tualatin, yes, big bad biologist recognized it. It's a Tualatin processor. Yes. So I will have some fun with these processors at some point. I do have socket 370. I may have socket 478. I don't think I have socket 423. I don't. Oh, looks like I dropped one somewhere along the line. Pentium 4, 1.6 gigahertz. I somehow dropped. All right. I don't really want one that takes RAM bus. We'll put it that way. Now, we have. Oh, let's go through the motherboard, and then I'll go through the peripheral parts. Okay, it is possible that. Oh, okay, this maybe isn't what I thought it was. I was about to say, it might be possible I just misspoke, but then I realized I don't think. Capom says, good for playing Max Payne. Oh, Bill Lewis said, Glitch got all the AMDs before me. Ah, bummer. Well, I mean, I did get a few AMDs, Bill. I got the AMDs that were in the motherboards, so at least Glitch left a few for me. Actually, probably the two AMDs that were on these motherboards are two that I kind of wanted. So we have in this Super 7 motherboard. Oh, hey, Nick. Nick says, you want socket 939? I've got all the 939s. Jeremy says, if you get a socket 423 board, you'll need RAM bus. They do run Windows ME quite nicely, though. Well, you're not selling socket 423, Jeremy. RAM bus and Windows ME? Ugh. So, on this Super 7 board, I got an AMD K62 533 megahertz. It is not the plus one. So, nice Asus PA5 board. Takes SD RAM. Has a few bent. Well, it looks like it's got a bent pin. Nothing I can't fix. Yeah. Art Morris says, ugh, RD RAM. Yes, exactly. Retrotech Chris says the double whammy. Yeah, I know Asus boards back then weren't necessarily the best, so this might not be a great board. There's some of the Socket 7 boards that Asus made that there's like warnings on the retro web that they have insufficient power delivery. All right, the next board we have is a Socket 7 board. It might be, no, I don't think it's a Super 7 board. It does not have AGP, and it's got an Intel chipset, so it's not going to have the 100 megahertz clock speed. Yeah, there's like a few Asus boards that were Socket 7 that I think some of them were OEM boards, and there's warnings on the retro web that say insufficient power delivery. So I think they might have skimped. Yeah, Chris, I got all this at the meet, and we haven't even gotten to the things I paid for yet. Yeah, at one point Azus was fine. Yeah, unfortunately, Azus has recently also had some, like, issues. So, we have this Socket 7 board. It has an AMD K6 233 processor on it. So, actually, I was kind of wanting an AMD 233, so excellent. Jeremy says, I have a stable Socket 423 Rambus Dell Dimension PC running Windows Millennium Edition. Well, I don't doubt that you can make it stable, but Rambus goes for ridiculous money, which is why I kind of don't really, I'm not excited by it. Also, I never was excited about Windows Millennium Edition. And finally, we have another Super 7 motherboard, this one with Avaya. Yeah, there's no wrong way to do retro, Jeremy. I agree with you, Chris. It's just some of us have our kind of things we aren't as nostalgic about, and I'm not nostalgic about Rambus. Jesse says Dimension 8200 if I'm guessing. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, actually, I had a Dell that had Rambus, and I gave the RAM to Gutbomb because he was looking for some Rambus for a computer. So yeah. Yeah, and you had to use blanks if you had spare slots. Yeah. Yeah, I gave my Rambus to Gutbomb because we were trading stuff. Rambus just wasn't that nostalgic. Could that be a regret? Yeah, maybe, but not at the moment. So we finally have another Socket Super 7 board. This one's Avaya Technologies. This one was made by Tian Computer Corp. So this is probably a really good board. Yeah, Art says Nintendo 64 used RDRAM. Yes, it did. I believe that I have a Trident card that uses RDRAM. Yeah, no problem, Gutbomb. I'm glad you could use that Rambus. Yeah, I have a no, I think it's a Cirrus Logic card that uses Rambus. And there's another game. I think there's another game console that used Rambus. Was it the PlayStation 2? Didn't it also use Rambus? So anyways, yeah, this is probably a pretty solid board. So AT style, which we'll get to other free things. I'm moving through this as fast as I can. But yeah, so those motherboards were in Bill's pile, along with this one. Jeremy says, I know of someone who has Rambus and would probably sell it for super cheap. All right, well, I'll get with you, Jeremy. I might have a renewed need for some Rambus. But I spent my retro budget for this month, so it'd probably be next month. Yeah, Chris. Yep, this one's from Bill Lewis as well. So Bill says this is all from the West Virginia state. Yes. So we have this, I believe, yes. I think this is the box for what's in here. GAZ68APD3. Do we have a matching? Yes, we do. So we have a Gigabyte ultra durable motherboard. I'm going to put that to the test. I don't know how I'm going to put it to the test, but that's what Project Farm or Project Garage or whatever the YouTube channel name is says. We'll test that. So, there we go. MSATA, PCI Express, PCI, Serial ATA, DDR3. Ooh, ATI Crossfire X. So this must be a cross... Oh, no, it may have onboard video. Cool. 108 decibels, so I'll need to wear earplugs when I test this, I guess. Ha ha ha. And I don't know what Pentium processor's in it. I guess there's only one way to find out, because actually it looks like the heatsink clips came loose anyways, so... Looks like I was going to have to repaste it anyways. All right, drum roll, please. And we have, assuming I can get the last clip out, we have thermal paste. Imagine that. It is an Intel Core i5 2400. Okay, not bad. This is going to be, I guess, second gen Core i5 2400. Okay, not a bad, not a bad little i5 processor. Cool, and that would explain the lower profile heatsink. And what's in the bottom of this box? Oh, it still has the case badge. Oh, here we go. All right, there's the utility disc and the manuals. Yep, the install manuals. And oh, I bet whoever had this computer in a case had Seagate hard drives, because there's the Seagate hard drive discs. And a warning: this motherboard is designed to only work with Intel socket LGA 1155 processors. Gigabyte recommends that you confirm that you have the correct processor before installation. 2000 series processors. Do not install LGA 1156 on it. Cool. All right. That is a neat little board. Yeah, it's too modern. I might enter it in the cheap PC challenge in the unlimited category because, well, since I didn't pay for it, I can't enter it in the paid challenges. But who knows? Maybe I'll do a free pile computer in the unlimited category. I know it won't rank well, but it'll be good for some laughs. Bill Lewis says he had that one running. All right. So maybe I will be able to do a free pile computer in the unlimited category. I might have to draw a video card from last year's free pile, but in the unlimited category, that's fair, because anything goes. Jeremy says free pile PCI, yes. It has to be able to run certain benchmarks. So if I have a card from the free pile that'll run the benchmarks, then I'll use that instead. Yes. All right. I will do a free pile PC for the cheap PC challenge. And what might be contenders for video cards? All right. Let me set these to the side somewhere. Now, I think Bill might have been hoping that I was going to take the entire box. I did leave some cards for other people to go through before anyone's like, Justin, that's a lot of cards you grabbed from the free pile. I did. I got what I wanted, and then I let the rest go to the free pile, and then at the very end before I left, I saw there were a couple more cards that no one had claimed. So I did grab a few more. But we'll go through these real quick. I think I may start with the network cards. So I've got a probably a 10 megabit PCI. Yes, it runs NetWare. I have a Genius 10 base T Ethernet adapter with a Realtek chip. And I got a another 10 megabit one PCI. I don't think it's a 10100, Jeremy, because they got BNC connectors. I think they're only 10s. Because that's the Realtek 8029. This is 8029A. And I think these are only 10 megabit. So those are going to be some very early PCI network cards. I also did grab a couple of ISA cards. So I've got another Genius LAN 10 megabit. Whoop. That one only has a BNC connector on it. Jesse says spin up a network server. Jesse says, I might win the $50 part, but I'll never tell until I reveal it. Bill says Glitch took a handful with deck chips. Fair. I think I still got plenty of network cards for the foreseeable future until I run out of ISA ones at least. But hopefully I got enough for like using with XTIDE because I grabbed an Etherlink 3. These are very good for XTIDE. Grabbed another Etherlink 3 because those are great for the XTIDE Universal BIOS. And I think that's all the network cards I grabbed. Yep, that looks like all the network cards. All right. I grabbed a CD-ROM drive interface card because I believe somewhere I have a Mitsumi drive that uses the proprietary interface. Although I could be wrong, it might be Panasonic. But anyways, I think I have a drive that will go to that card. So I grabbed it. Because why not? Because I think I got the drive that goes to it. Although, not to be outdone with drive interface cards, I grabbed an ISA Adaptec card that looks like it has a boot ROM on it. And I grabbed a PCI Adaptec card that does not have a boot ROM. But, hey, Blue Scuzzy, it's got the 25-pin connector on it. Oh, no problem, Jeremy. Yeah, Retrotech Chris says the 3Com NIC will take a boot ROM. I have one for it. Yes, it will take a boot ROM as well. So those are the controller cards I got from Bill Lewis's pal. I also grabbed a few other video cards other than the Trident cards. I grabbed a Rage 2 Plus DVD. Looks like this was a 3D charger. And I grabbed an S3 Aurora 64V Plus. I'm kind of surprised they didn't actually put the S3 chip name on the chip because it only says 86CM65. But I don't know. Maybe someone told the fab to put the wrong thing on it. Looks like it's a megabyte on the card. And I grabbed a mystery video card. I would like to know what this might actually go to, but I think it goes to a PC. It has an IGS chip on it, and it looks like it can take up to 4 megabytes of RAM. So I'm wondering if that's maybe would that be a 3D card? That's a lot of RAM for 2D. But there we go. I grabbed that. I have no idea what that actually is. I'd not heard of an IGS video card before. And I grabbed a Sing Labs ET4000 PCI card. Yep, Big Bad Biologist says, that's a weird one. Cool. Yeah, that's just an ET4000. But anyways, that's my first Sing Labs video card. And last but not least, because I do also like earbuds, the sound variety, I grabbed an Oriole Vortex AU 8810. I think these work with DOS. I grabbed. So Bill saved me from buying something on eBay. Bill says Glitch took a scuzzy with the floppy controller out of the stash. Jeremy said, if it had IGA on the chip, I'd swear that the grocery chain was branching out. Yeah, that's funny. So I grabbed an InSonic audio PCI. So this was going to be ES1370. So this, I think, would have been made before Creative Labs bought InSonic. Or just after, before they had a chance to rebrand one. I think IGA actually does still exist. But I could be wrong. And I grabbed a Creative CT4810, which I believe is the same chip, but it's branded Creative. So I think these two sound cards are basically the same, but I believe the drivers lock you out from using the InSonic driver on this card. And then, last but not least, Bill made sure to hand these to me. So Bill handed me an Apple design mouse, so these are always handy. And an Apple wireless keyboard. Also very handy. So, all right, I think that is everything I picked up from Bill's house. So thank you again, Bill, for letting me root through that before you actually set it in the free pile. Jeremy's asking an ES1373. No, it's an ES1370. All right. And somewhere I have some anti-static bags. So I'm at least going to put some of these cards in anti-static bags until I run out. So yes. The creative card. The creative card. I can't read what the label is. It says CT2518 on it. So it actually has a creative part number on it. So maybe it isn't an InSonic chip. I thought it might be when I picked it up, but I couldn't read the part number on the chip. All right. Somewhere I have a whole bunch of anti-static bags, and I will find them at some point. In fact, I sure thought I don't know what I did with them. Okay, let me pull out the last few. All right, these. Okay, so now we're to the free pile stuff that I don't know who put it on the free pile. So if you are in the chat and you set something in the free pile and you recognize it, you are more than welcome to claim it. You are also more than welcome to be an anonymous free pile donor. Both are totally fine. If you are in the chat and you recognize something I grabbed, thank you. Also, yeah. So anyways, I picked up a couple of IDE CD and DVD drives. So here is a CD rewriter. So this is a Samsung SW252. Here's one that was pulled out of a Dell. So this is a CD rewriter. It is an NR9100A. And NEC. So that one, NEC made this one. It came out of a Dell, I can tell by the green rails. Jeremy says, pro tip, onboard sound in the early to mid 2000s were garbage. That's where PCI sound cards were useful. Yes, except I have a motherboard from that era that Bill says I still have like 20. Actually, I grabbed these because these seem to have a high failure rate. And I try to repair them, and I'm not always successful. So this one's a DVD-ROM, Samsung SD616. Yeah, CD drives. I like CD drives and DVD drives, and I do try to repair them when they don't work, but sometimes they just are too far gone, or you can't find the right belt. That's the other problem. So this one's a HL data storage, Hitachi LG, GCC 4481B. So DVD CD rewriter. Also, so a couple drives that I will put in my stash of optical drives. Hopefully they work, and if they don't work, hopefully I've got a belt to fix them, because the usual problem is the belt. However, I did buy something from Amazon. You probably thought I was going to say eBay now, didn't you? I bought it so I could try to repair one of my image writers, but the thought did cross my mind of trying that on a rubber belt from one of these drives. If I can't find a new belt that's the right size, and boiling it doesn't work, I have no idea if that would fix the problem with the belt, but, well, I'll give it a try. I've got an image writer that I need to use some of this on the platen to see if I can't rejuvenate it. So, all right. So I think that is almost everything I grabbed from the free pile. So let me clear off my bench here. The next couple items are we're going to need the space. Let me see if I can't put these motherboards down in the bin. Put this wireless keyboard. There. There. Let me find that anti-static bubble wrap I had earlier. Set that on top of the motherboard. And then very carefully, until I can find anti-static bags. All right. Okay. Oh, there's my anti-static bags. That's a pile of stuff. All right. So the last few things from the free pile. This. And then one of the laptops that's sitting to my side. All right. So we'll get to that in a moment. All right. So also on the free pile was this box, and I just grabbed the whole thing. The motherboard was not in the box. I don't know if someone maybe took the motherboard, or maybe the motherboard was never there, but I saw the Visa Local Bus card in the box. Unfortunately, I do not have an AX34 Pro 2. So I don't know if the motherboard was there or not. But inside that box was a Diamond Stealth 32. Yeah, Chris says, wow, a Diamond Visa Local Bus card. And this one has the Sing Labs ET4000 chip on it. So this was in the free pile. Missing a nut, but yeah, That's a nice card. There was also in the box an SMC 10100 network card and a controller card, which I actually did not unwrap to see what it is. So we're about to see now that it is a... Oh, I think it might be like a Western Digital one, because that's a Western Digital floppy controller. Oh, I think it may be a third-party one, but that's a Western Digital floppy controller chip on it. That's neat. There we go. Controller card. And, yeah, and then miscellaneous parts for probably the computer that stuff might have been in. So I got a couple of bay covers for a random case, and I don't know what case they go to, so it's probably going to be hit or miss, and some PCI brackets, and some hardware bags, and there's a Wake on LAN cable for a network card, and a mouse pad, D&K Electronics, for all your computer needs. Oh, ooh, ha ha! Getting started, Microsoft Windows 98 2nd edition. And I don't want anyone to steal my OEM key, but I got an OEM key that it's totally fine. It's not like I can register that anyways. And Norton Antivirus 2001, a $39.95 value in 2001. So this was apparently the bundle version that came with this motherboard. Bundle with AOpen products only. The AOpen bonus pack. Yes, I will check to see if this disc is archived, and if it's not, I will archive it. Oh, looky here. Microsoft Works 9, licensed for a Dell computer. And another Norton Antivirus 2001. Another $39.95 value. But anyways, I grabbed it because of the Visa Local Bus card, and I didn't look back. So, yes, we'll definitely have to test this. Jesse says, Works doesn't work. RetroTech Chris says, is that CrowdStrike on a disc? It might be, Chris. It might be. All right. And let's see. Next to last item from the free pile. I grabbed this 828 Mark II from Motu. So this is a 96 kilohertz Firewire audio interface. Hey, Sadmac, welcome. Jeremy says nav CDs are coasters, nothing more. Well, why do you think I didn't say I was going to archive them, Jeremy? They're coasters, nothing more. And now you all see why I grabbed this. Project Power Issues. It spoke my language. AKA, how much regret can you get from the free pile? So anyways, this would have been... Oh, wow. It even has the screws in here. That's very nice. And the manual... Wow. That is actually a... the user guide for Windows. The user guide for Macintosh. Look at that. Whoop, this might have someone's address on those envelopes, so let me be careful. So this would have been a very high-end rack mount audio thingamajig. Wow, this thing actually has some heft to it. But it said power issues, and I thought, well, one man's or woman's power issues are this man's repair challenges. So there we go. It's got a power supply in it. What are the chances that it's a reefa capacitor that blew? Well, I guess I can't register this on iCloud because you probably see the serial number. But anyways, there we go. So it's a repair challenge. I have no idea what I would use with a rack mount FireWire audio interface. But if I do manage to repair it, well, I'll probably give it to someone who could actually use a FireWire audio interface. And if I don't repair it, well, guess what will be in the free pile next year? I'll pass it along for someone else to get a repair challenge with it. Unfortunately, the software disk is not in here, but hopefully it's archived. Said Mac, yes, I saw, yes. 90, Nick Lopez says 96 kilohertz microphone dedicated to IDE hard drive noises. Well, this did get the Electronic Musician 2004 Editor's Choice Award. All right, so that was from the free pile. And, all right, and the last two items from the free pile. Now, these, I don't know who set them there, but I saw which vendor set them there. And at least one of these you will recognize if you've seen Steve's video. But I guess one of the vendors, as they were packing up, I saw them carrying this over to the free pile while I was kind of walking in that general direction. And let's just say I hoofed it to the free pile behind them. And as soon as they... Yeah, Retrotech Chris says tons of takes. Yes, I have plenty of cards for some of the projects I'd like to start. I hightailed it right behind them because I knew exactly where they were headed with this. And the moment they set it down and weren't in my way, because I wasn't going to like run them over, I grabbed it real quick. Because I saw it on their table, but I don't know how much they were charging for it. I didn't ask because I didn't need to buy it. But this is a 400K drive for the Macintosh, and it's in relatively reasonably good condition. I mean, the feet are not sticky. They're still there. I mean, I think it is somewhat yellowed, but it's not like horribly yellowed. Yeah, Gutpalm says 400K. Yeah, look at that. I mean, it's in good shape. So, I grabbed that off the free pile. And it even has the original box, although not all the packing material. But anyways, so if you are the vendor that put it there, thank you. And now, if you've seen Steve's video, you were probably wondering when you would see this. But this was actually put on the free pile by the same vendor, I believe. Okay, brace yourselves for this. And I am torn as to whether you clean the stickers off or leave them. Gutbum says this go for $50 to $70 on eBay. Nice! That's $50 to $70 I don't transfer to some random seller's eBay account. As seen on Mac 84 TV! I don't know who owned this PowerBook at some point. Nick says, oh, the stickers have to stay. Big Bad Biologist says, epic free pile finds. Yes. In fact, there's postage stamps on here. 33 cents, 66 cents, 99 cents. Yeah, it looks like there's like 99 cents of postage on this laptop. Discover Platinum, no annual fee, 2.9% APR, asterisk. Up to 2% cashback bonus, trademark, double asterisk. Francois says, oh, you picked that one, yes. Chris says, you could drop that laptop in the mail. Yes! Yes, you saw it on Steve's video. Yes! Please wake me for meals. Nope, I don't read much. Hurts my brain. Cat sticker. A Chiquita banana sticker. No thanks stickers. 0% yes I accept stickers. Like, they had a field day with, like, stickers that came in the mail. Wait a minute. $1.32 in postage. There's another stamp there. Yeah, it might have enough postage on it to go, like, ground disadvantage. So, there we go. You can put your guess in the comments what model this is. It has a modem, SCSI, ADB, serial, power button, reset and interrupt, audio, and there's the power jack. And Nick Lopez says the Chiquita banana sticker is the best. Gut Bomb says, here's hoping there's stickers on the screen. Chris says those stickers add like 20 megahertz. All right, and here we go. It is a Macintosh PowerBook 145. Actually asked Steve what he thought about it, and he said that's not an entirely bad laptop. Hey, at least it's got an ADB port. Oh, looky there. So there was that 33-cent stamp. There's 32 more cents, 32 more cents, 32 more cents, and 33 cents. There's like... Yeah, I'm torn about the Barbie sticker. But at least there's another cat sticker to distract me. And another cat sticker to distract me. And the Barbie sticker's behind something. Oh well. Unfortunately, the screen does have a blemish on it. Unfortunately. But it's otherwise in pretty good shape. So maybe I can get a new screen for it. Unfortunately, I don't have a power adapter for it, so we may have to rig something up. But yeah, so PowerBook 145. No battery, but that might be a good thing. I don't see any signs in the battery compartment of leakage, so... Gapbomb says you can fix the screen with a sticker. Jeremy says modern LCD swap. Well, that, I don't know. That seems like too much trouble. Okay, I do see a little bit of battery corrosion in the battery compartment here on the side. But it honestly doesn't look too bad. The contacts don't look corroded, so... maybe someone pulled the battery before it got too bad? I don't know. But anyways... that's the end of the things I grabbed from the free pile. Now we're going to go to the things I intercepted before they could make it to the free pile. That the rest of the items I intercepted before they could make it to the free pile. And I wish I could remember who handed me the first item, but it might have been Action Retro, actually. Because someone walked up, and Steve was there, and I think it might have been Action Retro, Sean. And he was like, could anyone use a PowerBook G3 or an iBook G3? And Steve's like, Justin could. And this was passed in my general direction. And then Glitch was standing there, and Glitch is like, well, welcome to the world of BGA reballing. You can come by my shop if you need to do it. Anyways, I have an iBook G3, which may or may not need to have chips reballed. And a power adapter. which apparently was sold for $3.99 at a Goodwill. So I think this might have been Action Retro. If it was someone else, sorry. I'm having trouble remembering everything. It was a fun weekend. But yeah. Does it have... Oh, the battery does not have a charge. And I'll have to go find the adapter. And unfortunately, I don't know what the price tag was. But at least the battery hasn't like completely swelled up and gone all Stay Puffed marshmallowy. Okay. So there we go. And now for the last item that I intercepted before it could make it to the free pile. And I do remember who gave this to me because he had to put it on layaway for me because I was eating hamburgers at the time. He was like, does anyone want this before I go put it in the free pile? And I looked at it. I was like, okay, I'll take it. So this did come from Action Retro Sean. And it is an NEC Versa 4000D. Apparently it has 16 megabytes, 500 megabytes, and 75 megahertz. The diskette drive does not work. Windows 95, dead battery. And you know this is kind of written like someone who was in a band of some sort. Dead battery. You know, Action Retro, if you need the name for a new band, Dead Battery, and I'll give you your post-it note back so you can use that as the like font for the CDs. Dead Battery. I mean, you could also call your band NEC Versa 4000D, but NEC might get jealous. Anyways, all right, let's take a look at this laptop. We have a diskette drive that does not work. We have a dead battery, volume, sound. We've got ports, PS2, serial, parallel, VGA. Very nice. Docking connector. A proprietary power connector that I do not have, so we will not be trying to power this up today. But it does appear as if I could power it up with my bench power supply if I had an adapter. I believe we probably have our PCMCIA card slots. Hey, Garth! Garth says, bad floppy drive, dead battery, parallel port. Sign me up! And... ooh! Intel Pentium inside. And this... oh, you know, there's a little bit of weirdness to the screen here, too. Is that the beginning of, like, screens delaminating? Jeremy says that power connector looks suspiciously similar to a Dell laptop. Frank says, I'm in. All right, well, at least it has a complete keyboard and a touchpad and a Pentium 75. So, and it's color. Garth says that looks like impact damage to the LCD. Francois says, I think I have that on my 386 laptop. It's ugly. Yep. All right. So anyways, thank you, Action Retro Sean, for the NEC Versa 4000D. I'm glad I could save you the trip down to the free pile. Thanks for putting it on layaway while I ate my hamburgers. Yes, the nice thing at the swap meet, they did have someone grilling hamburgers and hot dogs. So I did enjoy the 2 hamburger combo because I was hungry because I'd eaten breakfast at like 5 a.m. So I was definitely hungry at like 12:30 to 1 when I actually, or no, it was like 12. I think it was noon when I ate. I was definitely hungry. I enjoyed my 2 hamburger combo. So there we go. Francois says LCD looks like eaten by worms. Yes, it does. Oh, I just realized I forgot one other free pile item because I set it to the side. Texas Instruments solid state software cartridge for the compact computer system. Statistics. And unfortunately, I didn't realize it said for the compact computer system. I saw statistics and grabbed it. Yeah, that is a cool box. I don't have the compact computer system, so I can't try this. But I might be watching one on eBay. Wafer tape digital tape drive is not available. Apparently they didn't release it. Yeah, this is not for the TI-99 4A. Yeah, they never released wafer tape. And I don't know that the compact computer system was on the market very long, because this would have in, 83? So, yeah. So, alright, that was also in the free pile. And that concludes the free pile. But wait, there's more. We're still going lowest to highest price. And there are a few more free items that I grabbed, but they were not at the free pile. So, there was a vendor. How many regrets? Well, so far, I don't think I can regret the free stuff. Now, this vendor, I believe you could see in Steve's video. In fact, I think Steve grabbed a book from the same vendor. But one of the vendors had a free book box. So you can very carefully look for that in the video. So thank you to that vendor for putting out some free books. I grabbed the complete PC Upgrade and Maintenance Guide, 7th edition. Includes 2 CDs, and we'll check and see if both those CDs are there. I know at least one of them is. I grabbed this book. You might think I know everything about PC repair, but I don't. Jeremy says, it seems like the free pile was free of regrets. Oh, actually, Jeremy, there were some regrets in the free pile. There was an IBM All-in-One that was an IBM All-in Pieces. That was probably a regret. It was in so many pieces, I don't think you would ever get the thing glued back together. In fact, it was there last year, and it probably will still be there next year. Also, there was an over-the-range microwave. No telling if it worked or not. It wasn't marked. Nick says, I'm picking up 2 pallets of junk from a local auction tomorrow, but I think you might have picked up more stuff. Plus a 600-disc CD changer. Yeah, Frank says, IBM All-in-One is all in pieces. Jeremy says, I would have grabbed that IBM. Jeremy, as much stuff as I had no way of getting that thing without risking breaking the CRT. So I didn't grab it. Oh, look, someone's math homework. Oh. Or binary notes. Anyways, I grabbed this book because a lot of the information for repairing... Oh, apparently this was owned by Betty Snyder at one point. Cool library sticker, Betty. Because a lot of this information, it kind of gets lost on the internet as websites go down. So I kind of find it handy to have some of these older repair reference books. So that if I'm trying to repair something and I'm having trouble finding the information on the internet, I can flip through the book and see if it has any information that might be relevant. So, nice having the 7th edition. I may see if I can't find, maybe an earlier edition and a later edition. Interestingly enough, someone marked the video adapters and displays chapter. I wonder if it mentions Trident video. Oh. Video troubleshooting, information on older standards. I don't think they mentioned Trident anyway. Anyways, the other thing was it has the CDs here. And so there are some demos and software. So it does look like there's a demo of some troubleshooting software. And there's the utility programs on it that the book refers to. Oh, and then it looks like CD2 is like probably an HTML version of the book. Hey, I think both CDs might actually be here because I don't think anyone ever opened the CD pocket. Is that true? Is this CD pocket unopened? I think that is unopened. Oh, yeah, and... Oh, wait a minute. No, I think someone lifted the adhesive there to get it out. But, good news. Both CDs are actually in there. So I do have both CDs. So, cool. I mean, I don't know if this will give me information I might need that has been erased from the internet, but hey, it was free. So now, we go to another vendor that had some free things. So I was kind of looking at what they had, and I saw they had a box of peripheral cards. And they said, would you like any of the video cards in here? You can have them. So I grabbed from their box of video cards that were free a mystery video card. I do not know what that is. It says MV880.0 Rev A at the top of that board. And Garth says Trident, or no, Garth says NV11. Yeah, and Jeremy says NVIDIA. So it probably is an early NVIDIA card. Probably not Trident. Yeah, I'd be inclined to believe that's an early NVIDIA card. All right, and I grabbed, and not to be undersold with NVIDIA, I grabbed a Riva TNT2 64, which kind of looks like this one might have been in... Oh, this one was in a compact. Oh, Frank said, I doubted it was a Trident, but was obligated to say it. Yes. I did look through this pile of cards to make sure there were no Tridents in it before, because Tridents got voted tied with lowest to highest. So this is I picked up a Rage 128 Pro. AGP. And someone wrote Dell on this, so this may have... Oh, there we go, Dell part number. So this was in a Dell. Because there's the Dell part number. And then a Matrox Millennium G400, 16 megabyte. And that was in a compact. So there we go. 4 more video cards. These are AGP. But there was one other thing that this vendor was giving away. This might actually be potentially one of the... this is going to be tied for the coolest thing I managed to find. I realized, Gut Bomb, it's not Mad Dog, but this vendor also had a couple of cases kind of in the back of their vendor area. And he was showing me this case. He was like, do you see this case here? He told me to look at the brand name, and I looked at it, and I'd never heard of this brand before, but he's like, isn't that the coolest thing in the world? And I said, yeah, it is. He's like, would you like it? So that vendor gave me an AT tower case from a cartel computer. I thought this was like the coolest thing in the world. Look at that. It's got numbers. It's got a actually satisfying clicky button. I know, cartel computer. It's got the floppy drive in it. But there we go. I don't know what happened to Cartel Computer, but there, Cartel Systems Inc. There's the information on the sticker. I don't know where in the U.S. that area code is. It doesn't ring a bell right offhand. Cut Pump says Cartel Computer is now in jail. Jeremy says, are you sure that wasn't a computer cartel? Chris says, what a strange case. Looks very industrial. Yes, it is a very industrial case. Anyways, I would like to thank that vendor for, I think he said the power supply might be having issues, but, well, I'm no stranger to that. Anyways, thank you to that vendor for letting me pick a couple video cards out and giving me this case. This was actually, Garth says I called that number, but it's disconnected. Bummer. Okay. We're getting to near the end of the free stuff. But I've saved the best for last. The Cartel Computer. Okay. So there was so I ran into Tim Viborg near the end of the swap meet, and he was telling me that I didn't buy the stuff that I said I wasn't going to buy, or something like that. And I don't remember what I said in reply, but I think he realized I didn't catch his drift. And I think then repeated, no, I didn't buy that Sun workstation. Talk to this guy. He's giving the stuff away. So apparently, there was a vendor that had a whole bunch of stuff, including a bunch of Sun workstations. And so I got to talking with him. He was like, yeah, I'm looking for good homes for this stuff. Would you like a Sun workstation? I was like, sure. I've never had a Sun before. Frank says, area code 215's in Philadelphia. So anyways, I wish I could remember his name. I need to see if he told me he'd send me an email. I kind of figured he might wait a day or two and get back from it. But anyways, he apparently was trying to clear out a storage facility or something and trying to get some big stuff out. And he just wanted to get it in the hands of enthusiasts. So anyways, from him, I have not one, but 2 Sun workstations. Jeremy says, I have a son and 2 daughters. Well, I have 2 sons now, plus 2 other small computers. So let's take a look at these. I've never had a Sun workstation. Plus, he gave me a Sun keyboard, missing a keycap or 2. And I think I grabbed a compact keyboard from him. But anyways. Oh, I missed the free call item. We'll get to that in a moment. Anyways. Yeah, we haven't even got... Yeah, we're still at the free stuff I got. So anyways, both Sun workstations are identical. And the cool thing is, he said if there's any parts missing, send him an email and he'd look for them. And if he had them, he would send them to me for the cost of shipping. But anyway, so I picked up 2 Sun Ultra 10s. And we're going to open one of them now. Because I've never had a Sun. I don't know what's in here. Obviously, I'm going to run some version of Solaris on one of them. And, I don't know. Why did I grab 2? Well, it's because he was telling me that he didn't know what was in them, and I figured I'd hedge my bets, and just in case one was missing parts, at least I had a spare. Jeremy says, honestly, the only Sun Microsystems thing that I have is a 13W3 to VGA adapter. I'm on side panel. Oh, wait a minute. No, you are not about to tell me that Sun did. Sun expects you to set the computer on its top to remove the cover. That is upside down. I was going to say that that's backwards, but I knew someone would correct me. Yeah, apparently the lid. Yeah, it's more like on the Sun you remove its bottom. I don't know what Sun was thinking. All right, so what do we have in this Sun? Oh, all right. I think we might actually be good on this one. All right, actually. Yeah. So we have. All right, it's got a Ultra ATA hard. Oh, Sun was using ATA hard drives. Interesting. So it does have a hard drive in it. It's got a 32-speed CD-ROM. It has a floppy drive. Okay, there is some RAM in it. But yes, okay. All right. This one did have the Creator 3D badge on the front, and the gentleman that gave this to me was not sure if it actually had the Creator 3D card in it. However, I believe that is the Creator 3D card right there. So yes, I believe the Creator 3D card is in this machine. Jeremy says it looks complete enough for a smoke test. It might actually be complete enough for a smoke test. In fact, I might actually do that if I can. Well, the only problem is I gotta find where my adapter cable is. Although it's probably plugged into my SGI, so hopefully it's not too far away. You know, I don't. Oh, I didn't push that card in all the way. There we go. That's why it looked like it wasn't seated all the way, because it wasn't. All right. Oh, and we have ATI 3D Rage Pro PCI graphics on it. Yes, I did remember reading about these. That this was like one of the first Sun workstations that was using commodity PC parts. So there actually is an ATI graphics card on board, probably to do the 2D graphics, and then this is going to be the 3D accelerator, I guess. It takes PCI slots. There's the clock module that I'm going to have to get a kit from Glitch to probably fix the dead battery on it. And there's our Ultra Spark processor. I do not know what speed it is because I don't see where it's marked. But yeah, look at that. Is there a VGA port? Yes, there is a VGA port. How about we will test this with the VGA port. Good call, Jeremy. I totally missed the VGA port. All right, that's probably the one we can use to see if it powers up. All right. We'll pop the other Sun open just to kind of see what's in it. But all right, so I've got power going to the Sun. I have, let's see, VGA1 is selected. All right. Okay, flipping the power switch on the power supply. And I think it turned itself on. Oh, Is there? Oh, and keyboard. It'll probably do a serial console if it doesn't detect the keyboard. You are probably right. Let's see what it does without the keyboard while I locate the keyboard. Oh, this keyboard has a help key. Maybe I can press it for help on how to use a Sun workstation. There we go. All right, you are probably right. It probably did boot to the serial console. So let me plug the keyboard in. Luckily, there was a keyboard because that is not PS2. All right. All right, I heard a beep from something. In fact, I think it might have been the keyboard that beeped. Jeremy says, nice mechanical switches. Well, I guess so. Probably linear. I don't know what they are. Oh! Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. We had a video signal for a moment. We did have a video signal for a moment. Yes, Jeremy says he's a bit of a keyboard snob. Yes. I am not totally convinced that all right. I am going to do something here. I am going to pull the 3D card out because I'm kind of wondering if it switched to the 3D card. After detecting it. So let me pull that card out. And now maybe they look like Futabu. I have no. I can neither confirm or deny what kind of switches they are without taking the keyboard apart, and I'm not doing that. Oh, so close. Oh. Hey, there we go. I think it switched to the other video card when it saw it installed. Because I pulled that card out, and there we go. $333 megahertz. Awesome. That's the fastest processor this computer supports. Yes, it's a Sun Ultra 10. Cool. It's probably not booting because the NVRAM is invalid. Oh, Sadmac wasn't looking at the stream. Yeah. Power on self-test failed, cause NVRAM U13. Yep. This means I've entered a whole new world with this thing. Yes. Boot. Can't open boot device. Oh. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. This Seagate hard drive. Hold on. I don't know how you get a Sun to boot, but Seagate hard drive spun up. Okay, it definitely spun up that time. Dev alias and maybe boot disk. All right, well, let's see. Nick says, invalid MAC address. The settings chip has died. It will cause you hassle. Can't open disk label package. Oh, wait a minute. Let me guess. Boot disk 0. Boot disk 1. I'm sorry about the flashing. But this is outputting some boot disk 2, maybe? It is quite possible this drive was wiped. So, okay. I don't think there is a bootable volume or the NVRAM is causing me hassle. But, all right, we got 256 megabytes of RAM in this one. We have the Ultra 3D, or the Creator 3D card. And it is if it does work, it is like a 4 gigabyte hard drive. Am I reading this as right? The Medalist Pro 9140. I'm having trouble reading the capacity on the label because I don't know where Seagate put it. Maybe that's a 9 gigabyte drive. I mean, it's a 7200 RPM drive, so I guess at least Sun didn't do what Apple probably did at the time and use like a slow RPM IDE drive. Yeah, it at least shows a screen. That is something. And Glitchworks sells the repair modules for this clock module. So if you want to see me work on a Sun sooner rather than later, you can pop something in the tip jar, and that would certainly convince me to prioritize ordering some real-time clock module repair doodads. Because I think the Glitchworks board, because the way this module is, it's not a traditional Dallas module. Apparently, there's a way you can pop the battery off of these modules, and basically you can basically yank the battery off in a way, and it leaves the pins behind for the battery. And then the Glitchworks repair module basically just solders to those pins that if you remove the battery correctly, it leaves the pins behind that the Glitchworks module just solders right to, and it looks neat. And the other cool thing is, if the post office is feeling particularly spicy, you'll wait 3 weeks for your repair kit, but hopefully that won't happen. Uh, Glitch is just on the other side of the mountain and about. I could probably drive where he is in like an hour and a half. But yeah, that one shows the screen. That is cool. But let's take a look at this other sun because why not? I think we got enough time. Oh, it's got 4 screws in it. Yay. Alright, so this one also has a CD-ROM drive and a floppy drive. And it's also an Ultra 10. And it's missing its case badge, but it may also have the Creator 3D in it as well. It's got some card in the proprietary Sun expansion slot. So I think one of these I'll probably, assuming I can get them both to work, I'll probably use one to run vintage software on it. And I may install Linux, a modern version of Linux on the other one. Now, granted, I don't have a huge choice of distros I can use because it's a Spark processor. But Gen 2, I believe, supports Spark still. All right, and this one has a Seagate Barracuda ATA drive. It's 10 gigabytes. So I have a feeling that other one might have been like a 9 gigabyte drive. Oh, hi Will. KMac Vintage is here. I am testing the other Sun workstation I got. Jeremy says those always die. Well, come on, let's think happy thoughts. Oh, wait a minute. That's a compact spare. Someone's put a hard drive from a compact in it. Oh, and this one has no RAM in it. Okay, well, we're not testing it because I already put the lid on the other one. Okay, so this one has no RAM. And I already put the lid on the other one. So anyways, so it does have a hard drive. It has no RAM. It does have a 32-speed CD-ROM drive. Probably needs a module replacement as well. Yep, no RAM in this one. So there's the 4 memory module slots. I'm not going to call those DIMMs because Sun used some proprietary module, I believe. So they look like DIMMs, but I believe there are fewer pins on them because it's a Sun proprietary module as far as I know. Anyways, though, so it doesn't have any RAM, but it at least it does have the Creator 3D card. And it's got a hard drive in it. Don't know if it works. So if I get so when I get the email from the vendor that I got these from, I'll see if I can't get some RAM for this one so that I can install probably Solaris on one, like the version of Solaris that would have been from like when this would have been a modern computer, and then the other one I'll run Gentoo on it or another Linux distro. If I can find something other than Gentoo, I would probably rather not run Gentoo, but I mean Gentoo is Linux. And fortunately, though, no, if I run Gentoo on this, I don't have to. For anyone familiar with the way Gentoo used to install, at least, no, I do not have to do a stage 1 install for Gentoo on Spark. They do have a stage 3 installer, so I would be able to install it fairly easily. I think there may be Ubuntu, or not Ubuntu, Debian, but it looked like Debian had some potential things you have to work around on the Spark computers. So I may go with Gentoo. Francois says, of course, this EEPROM programmer only has Windows 9X and Windows 2K software, of course. So, yeah, this one has no RAM. But it would have shipped with Solaris and Java. Woohoo! Okay. Now, all right, we're almost done with this vendor. I know, we still haven't gotten to where I actually spent money. Okay, so this vendor asked me, are there any other things that are catching your eye? And I was like, well, that little compact disc Pro looks neat. And he was like, do you want it? I was like, yeah, I'd like it. So he told me, well, what does the label on the top of the say? As hard drive removed. He's like, all right, it's yours, and there you go. So he handed me some hard drives. So there's not a hard drive in here, but I at least have one. Oh, it's got the Windows 98 license on it. That's good. But yeah, so I got a little Disk Pro EN. Let's take a look at this one. Oh, and then there's one other computer, which also has the hard drive removed. So that's why he handed me 2 hard drives. So yes, Chris, I was making sure that I picked up some compact computers because they're just so neat. Oh, this is why I like compact computers. Look at this. They very thoughtfully many vendors did this, but there we go. Everything you might need to locate things of importance in the computer, it's right there, and the diagnostic indicator lights. Don't even have to go find the manual. Also, compact, a portmanteau of compatibility and quality. Yes. So I think this is a Pentium 3 system. So it has 3 PCI slots and an intrusion detection switch. And let's see here. I think the hard drive. Oh, there we go. Look at that. It just lifts right up, and there's our hard drive cable. It looks like we've got onboard RAM for the integrated video. We've got RAM, and yeah, that is a Pentium 3 of some sort. So there we go. We've got a, oh, cool. That is so accessible. And there we go. We can see the board. I've just hinged everything up. Okay, I don't see any obvious troubles with this computer. So how about good night, Frank. Retrotech Chris fixed 8. Oh yeah, let's see here. I set up some Disk Pro EN systems when they were new. That one summer I worked as a compact tech and I fixed a ton of LTE 5000s. So, oh, cool. All right, so let's see if this, oh, there we go. Apparently it turned on when I plugged it in. So there's no hard drive in here, so it's not going to boot, but I also should probably plug a keyboard in. So maybe we could get into setup and see what. Hold on, I dropped the keycap from the Sun keyboard. I don't see where it fell to. Okay. Well, I don't think it fell to somewhere where I'm likely to step on it. So, all right, I'll find it later. I think it fell under my workbench. There we go. Oh, oh, that's neat. It detected the fact that I'd pulled the riser card. Neato. Oh, let me turn it off so that I can. I'll plug the riser card back in. And I will actually plug a keyboard in. How about let me grab a. I forgot about the compact keyboards I grabbed on the free panel. They're just. Here, I'll show the more interesting of the two. It's got internet keys. Just says you'd submit a order for any compact spares you needed. They would literally arrive the next day. Yeah, compact was like. Compact was on the ball back then. So this computer has a 256 megs of RAM in it. Huh. This would be a nice little Windows SC machine. So let's go into function 10. And I guess we'll save changes. Not that that's going to do much because there's a dead CMOS battery. Function 10 setup. Oh, let me guess. This is one of those compacts that. Oh, no. It actually has BIOS. System information. So we have a 866 megahertz Pentium 3. Awesome. Processor stepping 686. So the system ROM is 686P2 version 211. Excellent. I believe I have a 1 gigahertz processor that will go into this Desk Pro EN because the compact board Jeremy had given me that the ultrasonic cleaner did a disservice to did also use stepping 686 processors, and I think I got a 1 gigahertz processor for it somewhere. So RetroTech Crest says light on CD-ROM. I don't think that is factory spec. I believe you are correct. I do not see a compact spare label on it. In fact, it looks like someone replaced the CD-ROM drive in 2002. Probably while the computer was out of warranty. There we go. Nice little compact Desk Pro EN. Not only is it a compact, COMPAQ, it is compact, COMPACT. Excellent. We'll have some fun with this at some point. Now, if I can just find the lid. Oh, there's the lid. And I grabbed one other system from that vendor. It was getting near the end of the event when I did it. So these computers had been sitting out for hours. So I didn't particularly feel bad about asking for it because they had been there for quite a while. There was plenty of opportunity for other people to ask about them. But I also grabbed an Optiplex GX1 because I've always thought these beige and gray cases are weird. Like the industry was transitioning from beige to gray, and so they had to make these transition cases. Also, I have a GX1 that doesn't work. That they scrapped at work. If I can get this one working sooner. Oh, wait. No, I don't have a GX1 they scrapped from work. I have a GX110, I think. Because I just realized this is a Pentium 3 computer. This is not the same as the Dell I have. Although it is the same. So the one thing that I don't particularly care about these Dells, if I can get the drive sled to clear. Oh, I think I gotta unplug audio cable. Well, I don't remember how you get these out. Okay. Anyways, the power supply for these Dells. So you see this great thing right here? That's the edge of the power supply. The AC cord, you plug it in here, and it runs behind this metal plate here to the power supply in the front. And it's like some absolutely proprietary power supply format. And in the one I got that they scrapped at work, that I think might be a GX110, but it's in the same case, the power supply is just like completely dead. But yeah, this is a Pentium 3 600. Nice. And it's got a Okay, that's something you don't see every day. It's a creative modem and a 3-com network card. And it's got built-in 3-com network. Interesting. This thing was on 2 networks. Chris says, I guess Dell is still a player in the market. I haven't purchased a Dell in years. All right, so I guess we're going to, in the spirit of things, we're going to full send this one. Let's see if it powers up. All right. Oh. If I can find the power button. The power button is the button on the... Oh, there we go. I think it powered up. Oh, there we go. And... Oh, I don't have the keyboard plugged in. All right. What happens if you plug a compact keyboard into a Dell computer? Does it A, not know the difference, B, spontaneously combust, C, install Dell firmware on your compact keyboard, or D, the REFA cap's going to go when I turn it on again? Chris says, alert, compact keyboard detected. Yeah. Well, apparently it's A. It didn't even know. F2 to run setup. Oh, look at that. Teal and gray and black. This was when Dell still had text-based setup programs. There we go. Pentium 3 processor at 600 megahertz, 512K level 2 cache, 128 megs of RAM, and we got 8 megabytes of video memory. And there's no service tag number programmed. Interesting. Yeah, SadMac went with A, yes. Okay, it powers up. There's no hard drive in it, so it's not like we can run Windows. So excellent. So thank you again to that vendor, who I don't remember who it was. What does the wrench icon mean? Wrench icon? On the keyboard? If it was on the keyboard, I believe the internet keys are email, chat, probably the Compaq Helps website, search, and oh, in the chat. Oh, okay, yeah, moderator. I was okay. And YouTube's complaining about something. What is YouTube complaining about? Oh, YouTube is complaining about Comcast being Comcast, apparently. Hmm. Okay, so my internet might be going crazy, which is a shame because I was going to get to the next to last of the free items. So this one, because I realized I forgot one of the free pile items, but it's just as well because I got to do a segue for it anyways. No, it was on my end. I think Comcast bandwidth went down there for a moment. So this item, so Mike of Mike's Mess was trying to get me interested in this. It's a Compaq Portable 3, and by the time I was talking with him on this, I spent most of my budget anyway. So he was telling me about this and how he'd worked on it on his live stream and how he tried to fix it, but it's got a video issue. And so I asked him how much he wanted for it, and he was like, for you, it's free. So thank you, Mike, for very kindly giving me a Compaq Portable 3 that I will get to work on in a live stream. So I will have to add a link to Mike's live stream where he tried to work on this. I gotta go find it. But anyways, we have the keyboard here, and these have the orange gas plasma display. Mike says that the display should be fine because he thought it was a display cable issue. I'm kind of wondering if it's the power supply. Anyways, the hinge works on it, but he did get it to power up and could use it with the RGB port on the back. So even though the display is not working, if I plug in my RGB to HDMI, assuming I can find the cable for it. Okay, that's going to be a challenge. Where did the RGB to HDMI cable go? Oh, please, while I very quickly follow the serial cable. Oh, is this it right here? Here it is. Okay. So I'll go ahead and plug the RGB to HDMI in. We'll plug the power in. And let me see here. RGB to HDMI is on. I think it's on HDMI 2. All right, so let's flip the switch. And let me go to the input. Yeah, let's see here. No sync detected. I don't know if they're CGA or. All right, so it did 3D6 was CGA. These are 286, yes. And actually, I think it's actually might be EGA. I might have to look up what it is. REST. Apple Lisa. That's not that. It's not that. You can only go through the menu so fast. No, I should have probably scrolled the other way. But you don't realize that until you start scrolling. Looks like there was a proprietary video mode too. There may actually be a compact. Tandy, TRS-80. Too much for compatibility, yeah. Sinclair. Yeah, look at all these standards. You know, it would be really nice if maybe they had, like, an option where you didn't have to, like, you could, like, scroll it without it trying to switch. EGA Wonder, that's EGA IBM Old, EGA IBM New, Sam Coupe. Is there by chance a sub-profile? I may have to look it up real quick. Oh, Francois says it's 4 a.m. Let's go back home. Well, safe driving. All right. I thought it was CGA, but it could be EGA. Let me see what the internet says. Graphics 640 by 400 resolution. Connectivity CGA. So it is CGA. Oh, I bet they're okay. So it's not EGA. So I am on the wrong. So I am on the wrong profile. I wonder if. Let me see here. Is there a sub profile maybe? No. Okay. So no. I bet I need IBM Old. Do not know what the difference is. There's no sync detected. Unfortunately, I'm not getting anything on the output, so either I have completely managed to grab the wrong cable, which now it's plugged into the RGB to HDMI, or I don't know. All right, so it looks like there will be some repairs needed on this, which I figured as much. Probably going to need to read up on if there's like something I need to do to get it to output video. Like if there's like some key sequence I have to hit or something. I don't know. If anyone by chance figures out what I might have overlooked before the end of the stream, we'll come back to it. Because I would like to at least see video output. But anyways, thanks Mike for donating this Portable 3. I will definitely enjoy it. I will enjoy working on it. And with that, we are going to get to the last of the free items. I missed it. It was an item that was on the free pile. I unfortunately had it sitting somewhere where I overlooked it. But that's just as well because I need to do the following important public service announcement.
Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. In a world of fun and fantasy and ever-changing views and computer terminology, Commodore is news. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you.
This is the last item I grabbed from the free pile. It is a Commodore MPS 801 matrix printer, and I will not be plugging it in. No way until I fix it because, well, the cable's damaged. But yes, apparently I was keeping up with the Commodore because I grabbed the Commodore dot matrix printer. Or, well, it's a matrix printer, but I'm pretty sure it's a dot matrix printer. And it's got a ribbon in it. I have no idea if it works, but it definitely does not work in its current condition. It was made in Japan, so maybe it's based off a mechanism where you can still get ribbons for it. So, now that I have gone through everything I got from the free pile and free from vendors, it is now time to start counting up with the things I purchased. Jeremy says that's an easy fix. All right. So, starting off with the $5 purchase. I do need to play a transitory video while I go grab it, so I hope you will bear with me for the following.
Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. In a world of fun and fantasy and ever-changing views and computer terminology, Commodore is news. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you.
Starting off with the $5 Commodore VIC-20. So, who do we have to thank for the awesome deal on this interesting VIC-20? Well, Action Retro gave me a steal of a deal on this thing. I kept walking by his table, and this thing was sitting on the ground. And every time I walked by, it was still there. And I couldn't help to look at it because something is up with this VIC 20. As you can, Jeremy says, my ears are threatening to bleed. There is something up with this Commodore VIC 20, as you could probably tell by the fact that, well, it looks like it has a few mods to it. Anyways, basically near at the end of the event, I had already started to put a couple, put some stuff on the free table. He was starting to pack up, and I said, "Okay, Sean, what is the lowest you'll go on this VIC 20? Because it quite honestly meets your definition of cursed." And he was like, "For you, $5." I said, "Sold." So I have another VIC 20, and it was $5. So you can see Sean came down quite significantly on the price. So thank you, Sean. Now, why did I keep looking at this thing trying to figure out what is going on? Well, you probably notice the big red button, and I'm not going to press that in case that's the stream end button, but there is a red switch on the back. There are 3 RCA jacks on the back. There are ribbon cables on the inside. And there are 3 toggle switches on this side. And yes, it is a 2-pin power connector. So, what is going on with this VIC 20? I don't know. Now, it's not a particularly early one because these aren't PET style keys. It's not. I don't think this isn't even Euro style. But yeah, it's a 2-pin power connector, and I don't know if these key sequences here might have anything to do with it. I don't know what Protecto Enterprises, spelled with a Z, is. But yeah, but it does say power up computer last. And it looks like these are like word processor things, maybe? I don't know. Anyways, I don't know what's going on with this VIC 20, and yeah, it's an early one with 2-pin power, yeah. And unfortunately, the mystery is going to stay a mystery because I'm going to save this for a special dedicated VIC 20 live stream. I'm not even going to try to power this up now because quite honestly, I'd want to open it up and inspect it to make sure there's no loose wires first. So anyways, thank you, Action Retro Sean, for the $5 VIC 20. I'm sure we will have fun with this, trying to figure out what is going on. Oh, good. Comcast didn't end my stream. So, yes, the $5 VIC 20. All right, moving along. So let me go set this down. So, next in our tour of items in price order. Now, I put this in an anti-static bag. There was a vendor that had NES and SNES and Genesis and PlayStation games, possibly a few others. And he said, make me an offer on anything you like. So I had been looking for an NES game. I'd been looking for it on eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret. And that game would be Mega Man 2. So you might be saying, seeing the $15 price, and I offered him $10, and he said, sold. So I have Mega Man 2 and it cost me $10. These go for $30 on eBay. So I saved 66%. Yay, yay. And now you probably know why I was putting my NES back together on Dave's stream. Because I haven't tested this game, and I am going to test it now. I don't know where the gamepad is for it, but the NES is back together enough to test the game. I have misplaced the screwdriver that actually fits to put the top of the case on, but I'm not going to play the game, but I do just want to see that the game actually works. Because something tells me it probably does work. Alright, so there's video. And let's see here. That should be the AC power. Alright. And now we will insert Mega Man. And we will push the cartridge down. And I will switch to capture input. I do not have sound plugged in, but that's fine. And we will turn it on now. Oh. And I will realize I forgot to switch. I didn't actually hit the button on my scaler. Ooh. Okay. Apparently... Try that again. Nope. Alright, we will try that again. Okay, we are going to try spraying some contact cleaner into the edge connector of the cartridge. Quite liberally. All right. Now I will Oh, hey, Mike. Welcome. You are getting to see me dork with...
Are you keeping up with the Commodore?
Sorry. Didn't mean to start that again. Not at least until it's time to start it again. Yeah, let's see here. This Mega Man cartridge is, as you can see, it's not causing the red light. Oh, there we go. There we go. I probably need to just take the board out and probably give the edge connector a really good clean. But here we go. Yeah, you don't... Wait. There's no sound, Jeremy. I don't have the sound plugged in. Unless it was my filters turned off or something. Dun, 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 dun. It lives. Yes, it does. Yay. All right. I don't have my controller, but anyways. All right. Mega Man 2 lives. I probably just need to thoroughly clean the edge connector. So anyways, $10. Mega Man 2 normally goes for like $30 on eBay. So excellent. I saved $20 by shopping at the swap meet. Oh, the Commodore thing. Oh. Well, Jeremy, I do need to play another transition, so maybe you might want to like put your fingers in your ears here real quick, because you're going to notice a trend for this video. Sorry, not sorry.
Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. In a world of fun and fantasy, and ever-changing views, and computer terminology, Commodore is news. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you.
We now have... Mike says, Commodore sucks, get an Apple II. We have a Commodore Power Brick. And now I'm going to ask you to completely ignore the Power Brick, because it may have just nothing to do with anything else I bought. But it was $10. It may or may not work. It is, I believe, a Mitsumi power supply. Console 5 sells a cap kit. It was $10. So, anyways, and Mike says my Apple II GS will kick your Commodore's butt. Yeah. Jeremy says overall I like the Atari 8-bit graphics best. Yeah. All right, so it's a Commodore Power Brick, and now you may completely ignore any and all connotations as to what this might mean, but you all voted lowest to highest. I picked this up for $10. So let's see here. Next in order. Okay, I will spare you all the next transition for a moment. Let me see here. So, as soon as I get to the swap meet, Mac 84 Steve proceeds to take a picture of me with the 3D camera he bought, and then admitted he probably spent way too much on it. But then he told me I've got to come down to one of the vendors that has a whole bunch of computers, because they have a really neat computer that he thought I should buy. And that computer is right here. Mike says, I have no experience with other 8-bit systems. We had an IBM PC at home and Apple IIs in the school. Jeremy says, I'd be willing to wager that power supply is potted with a solid material to prevent repairs. Well, Console 5 sells a cap kit for it, so maybe it doesn't. Anyways, so this computer that Steve was like, Justin, you have to get this thing. It is so cute. We have a KLH 386 Champion that is just in such the cutest form factor. I mean, look at this absolutely cute form factor. I had to get it because Steve was so excited about it. Anyways, it's got VGA, it's got parallel, it's got serial, it's got 2 probably ISA expansion slots. I mean, it's got a floppy drive. It probably has a 40 megabyte disk. Mike says, I used to have a 286 in a case just like that. Actually, great little box. It even has the 4 feet that the seller said, you know, the feet are sticky, but they haven't stuck to anything. Well, spoiler alert, they actually did stick to something in my car, so I'm going to have to remove them. But they have this really cool teal blue feet, and I guess I'll have to 3D print some replacements with like TPU or something, and I bet I can find some teal color plastic. But yeah, it's a Champion. And we're going to open this up. So this was, I believe the seller wanted 20. Mike says, what more do you need on a 386 than a sound card and a NIC? Yeah, I know. Chris says, that's adorable. Yes, it is. And you know, there's 2 slots, so I bet I can put a sound card and a NIC in it. I think the seller was asking for 20, and I think I talked him. I negotiated to 15. So I think they wanted 20. I offered 10 because I mean, I had just gotten there, so maybe I was being brutal with my offers, but we settled on 15. So, anyways, we have all right. We have a Seagate. Oh, wow. Okay, this might have actually been if this hard drive works. This might have been worth buying it just for that. But this is a Seagate drive that actually can work in XT mode. Look at that. So if this hard drive works, I may clone it and then use that in an XT computer. If it doesn't work, oh well. KLH Econo 1 892. So we have a head graphics. Oh, it's not Trident. Oh well. It's a head graphics. Probably 1 or 4 megabytes of RAM. The battery has leaked, but it does look like someone has tried to, or someone has cleaned it up. Yeah, I think the battery leak has been cleaned up. Although there may still be some work that needs to be done because there's a couple traces that look like they might be needing some love. Yeah, Mike says I'd probably go with the sound card and the SCSI card. Yeah, and the hard drives are hard to find. Mike says they're hard to find, although they're kind of useless these days since you can just use the CF card. Yes. Jeremy says, trust me, those graphics are far behind the curve, not ahead. Mike says 386SX should be under the floppy. Oh, there we go. Yep, there it is. There's our 386SX 16 and our math coprocessor slot. Oh, looky there. This board could also have a 286. Realtek Chris, Retrotech Chris, Realtek Chris. All right, I just gave you a new name temporarily. Realtek Chris says, at least it's not Realtek Graphics. Jeremy says, Varda puke anywhere. A little bit. It looks like there's some staining on the case. Yeah, there's some staining on the case, but looks like they cleaned up the motherboard. So we're going to give this thing a power up. Assuming I don't see a reefa cap in the power supply. Oh, look at this. The power supply, easy access for rapid reefa inspections. Look at that. And I don't see any reefa caps in there. I also am somewhat terrified about how close that power supply is to just being touchable when it's plugged in. But, well, that's why I'm going to be careful, folks. I'm going to be careful. Chris is laughing at my Realtek Chris slip up. Chris says 16 megahertz, DOS only. Mike says is thinking that's either VRAM or cache, and actually, Mike, I think that's VRAM because they're marked. Yeah, because they're marked for so. Okay, so it looks like it has 256K of VRAM installed. And the way the board's marked, if I want to upgrade to 512K, I need to put modules here in this one. But then if I want to go from 512 to 1 megabyte, I need to install them in these two. Mike says it might be 20 or 25 megahertz also. Well, we'll have to see. I thought the processor said 16 on it, but it is quite possible that... Oh, it looks like it's 16 because the oscillator is 16. All right, let's see what happens. I'm going to plug this thing in. I'm going to locate the power button. All right. I've got video and I have power. I do not have a keyboard. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to plug the compact keyboard in because something tells me that this 386 system won't know the difference, except that the compact keyboard almost won't fit in the case, but it did. All right. Okay. 3, 2, 1. All right. We got Signs of Life. Oh, here we go. And I forgot to switch. And we have a Phoenix BIOS. Cool. 1 megabyte VRAM would be killer on this. Yeah, it might be. I might have to try that. Let's see here. DOS shell. All right, we'll get to DOS prompt here as soon as I can get to it. Because, let's see, it looks like CMOS checksum fail because the battery's dead. Real-time clock fail. That's because the battery's dead. All right, let's go into setup and see if I can't. Let's see. Hit any key to continue. All right, let's go ahead and set a time. So it is, it's going to be 20, oh, up, down to select, left, right to change. 22, 45. Give it a fly. 23rd, but we'll say 99. Oh, wait a minute. Hey. Oh, what do you know? It let me do it. All right, diskette A. Yep, that's probably right. Hard disk. Type 35. I think that might be right. I think it auto detected it. It is a very interesting BIOS, that's for sure. Jeremy thinks I should get some turned pin headers and install an AM386DX40. It might self-immolate if I do that, due to like heat. All right, let's see if it even. No boot device available. Well, that's inconvenient. Maybe that's the wrong type for this hard drive. Let me look up this hard drive here real quick. Mike says hard drive is probably blank, assuming it works at all. It is spinning, I think. Yes, the hard drive is definitely spinning. ST351. All right. 351A. So 82617. Okay. It does appear as if the drive is probably blank. And I don't think I've got a DOS boot disk handy. Okay. All right, we will come back to this after I go through. If we've got time, we'll come back to this and I'll find a DOS boot disk or a GoTech. I would kind of like to see it maybe boot. Although I am going to probably remove it from its case at some point and just give the board another clean, just to make sure that battery corrosion is off of it. Yeah, with the bigger hard drive, this would make an awesome DOS box, and I might actually have a bigger hard drive for this. And yes, if anyone's wondering if I will also archive the BIOS on the RetroWeb, yes, I will. I would suspect they probably have this board in their database, but I will make sure that I will do what I usually do with boards like this. I will pull the ROM and I will dump it and archive it if they don't already have it. If I'm pulling the board out for cleaning, I will get some good high resolution photos if they don't have good photos of the board. And if they don't have the board in their database at all, well, by golly, we'll make sure it's in there. We'll see what I got. I might have something that's a little bigger. Somewhere I think I got like a 300 some megabyte Seagate. Well, I think the case might be off. Mike says, we used an IBM PS2 model 55SX when I was in high school for PageMaker 3, and it worked good. That was a 20 megahertz machine. These machines are quite capable if not pushed hard. Yeah, I totally can see using this machine. KLH Computers. Copyright Premier Innovations Inc., made in Taiwan. Serial number A01419. Wait. Really, Mike says he really likes this 386 himself. Yes. I think this had QDOS 3 on it at some point. Oh, that was Jeremy said he really likes the 386. Yes, that is really cool. All right, so that was $15. All right, so next we have another $15 computer. But I make no apologies because I do have to make sure that everyone knows that I have done the following.
Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. In a world of fun and fantasy and ever-changing views and computer terminology, Commodore is news. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you.
I picked up a Commodore Plus 4. So the seller wanted 20, and it was there for quite a while. And finally, near the end, I tried to negotiate down on price. So I offered 10, and he met in the middle for 15. Francois says, seriously, it's 5 a.m. I have windows open, and I have neighbors. All right, so we're not going to try to power this one up, because unfortunately, this Plus 4 has a slight little fault with it. According to the seller, it has a bad 8501. Everything else tested okay with a good CPU. So this Plus 4 needs a little bit of work, but otherwise it is in good shape. It has all the keys, and it has all the Commodores. And there we go. There's the power switch and reset, and the funky power and serial and cassette and user port and cartridge and other things. Oh, joysticks and video. And RF and high-low, I think. And Mike's saying, good luck finding an 8501 for that thing. And I already have that covered. In fact, I did not buy an 8501 for it. And if I can find the link. I went ahead and ordered it because it is going to have to arrive here from Australia or New Zealand. I think New Zealand. I had thought about actually maybe ordering PCBs, but considering I only really need the one, I decided I would just order one of them. But anyways, I ordered from Monotech Vintage PCs a MOS CPU replacer. So it is a board that has the discrete logic needed to turn a 6502 processor into either a 6510 or an 8500, which are the same, a 6510T for the floppy drive, an 8501 for this computer, or the C16 or C116, or also the 7501 type, or an 8502 for the Commodore 128. So anyways, I ordered one of those, and that is how I'm going to fix this computer. The seller actually told me that, there's adapter boards that'll turn different processors into an 8501. That way, I do not have to find an 8501 and hope that it works. I'll just use that adapter board with the 6502, and I'll be happier because there are actually 8501s on eBay for like $50 plus $12 shipping. Interestingly enough, they're all coming from Hungary, which is weird. I mean, maybe not necessarily. Hey, hi, Ron. $5 super chat from Ron's Computer Videos. Woot! Ron says, my parents got a +4 for attending a timeshare presentation. I had tons of fun programming on it. Thank you, Ron. Yes, so I will enjoy my Commodore +4 once I get the Monotech adapter board for it. Yes, and Mike says, and the 6502 is much easier to replace if it fails. As Jeremy says, yeah, vintage 8501s are dying. Yes. Anyways, $15 Commodore +4. I couldn't turn it down. I mean, this had been there for a while, so Mike says, yeah, Commodore couldn't sell the +4 to save their lives. Yeah, they probably cut costs on the CPU. Anyways, not going to try to test this because, all right, good night, Francois. No CPU in it. Oh, well, bad CPU. All right, so now we're almost through my purchases. Yeah. We now have the $20 computer that I bought. Arg! You're going to notice a slight trend with all my computer purchases here. But we have a K-Pro, and I think I chipped a little plastic off. No, I didn't chip any plastic off the foot. Oh, I must have hit the keyboard connector or something. Anyways, all right. Luckily, I've got I can fix the keyboard connector. It was probably almost broken anyways. Jeremy says, I'm starting to think up an alternate history if Commodore hadn't wasted time and money on the market failures. Yeah, they could have given, if they'd actually marketed the Amigas correctly, they could have given Apple a run on their money. Potentially. Yeah, it's a K-Pro. So, $35. I offered $20, and the seller said, I don't want to take it home, or I don't want to put it back in my car, or something like that. Sold. So for $20, I have a K-Pro 1 4 parts / project blown power supply, broken keys on keyboard. My. Where have we seen this before? Where have we seen that before? Anyways, let's take a look. See how bad of a shape this might be in. Now, I never said keyboard replacement needed. Although I do need a keyboard for a K Pro New too. It just has broken keys. So it looks like we are we have a broken 5 key. Yep. The 5 key is broken. It looks like it looks like I have only one of the 4 arrow keys. 2 if you count the broken one. Yeah, this keyboard's kind of in sad shape. Well, I don't know if it works or not. We'll have to see. The keyboard may work. The only thing is, with the replacement keyboard for these, I don't know how easily you'd replace the metal shell. Alright, we have... This is a K Pro 1, so we've got our nice monitor. And I think I just, for some reason, realized my K Pro New 2 might be missing the plastic bezel. Maybe that's why it looks weird. Alright, we got our 2 floppy drives. And we've got something loose in the case. That's kind of weird. There we go, our standard ports. We got parallel. This is kind of really grungy. We got our parallel port. Our... Can't read it upside down. Modem. I think this is modem IO and serial printer. And I think keyboard goes in there, and I have no idea what that goes to because there's no legend on it. I don't know that this has a modem built in. And there's our power switch. And the fuse. Bill says the K Pros he brought home both have period modifications. So, yeah, I may have to... This one may have a modification too. I'm kind of curious. Okay, we'll check the fuse later. Alright, let's just open the top up and see what's inside and what fun I might have in a future live stream. I'm not going to probably get this running tonight. However, I have had a good track record of getting K Pro power supplies working. I also have the proper Meanwell power supply on reserve should I need it. Okay, there we go. Jeremy says somehow K-Pros don't interest him. Well, I don't know why I find them so interesting. Other than the fact they seem to be... Okay, that was weird. Okay, hopefully I remember that the long screw goes there. I think someone put the wrong screw in that spot. Bill says floppy mods and higher clock speed. Yep, we'll have to see. This one may have a mod too. Jeremy says, I do respect the cases seem to be well built. I think these were built to travel. In fact, didn't Stanley Kubrick write some of his books on a K-Pro? I mean, I could be wrong on which author it was. Oh, all right, and Jeremy says built to travel and for home defense. Well, I mean, if someone broke into your house and the first thing you had handy was a K-Pro computer, I guess you could lob the K-Pro computer at the intruder and hope that it um, deals them a crippling blow and that they don't like catch it instead. All right, so we have our K-Pro main board. It looks like there has been some water intrusion here. There's a little bit of, it looks like it's gotten wet. Although it dried up, I don't see any corrosion. So that's good. The floppy drives are unplugged. That is concerning, maybe. Okay, I don't see any mods. So here's our floppy controller. This is our MOSTEC. There's MOSTEC Z80 CPU. And here's our the Zilog. I think these are the CIAs or PIA equivalents. I think this is going to be the video chip, perhaps. And yeah, all right. Yep, they run on a Z80. So this one is a 4 megahertz Z80. It is the K Pro 1. So this was, believe it or not, the K Pro 1 was the last K Pro model. All right, so I see the power supply, and I don't really want to take all the screws out to look at the okay, I do see a Rifa cap. Actually, I see 3 Rifa caps. I'm trying to identify the power supply type. Because it honestly looks like it might be the Aztec power supply. No. I think this might be the same as the K Pro New 2. Yeah, it looks like it's the California DC power supply. Yep, it's the California power supply. Because I see the on the writing on the bottom side of the power supply board, it says California. So I don't see any obvious signs of failure, but the last 2 K-Pro power supplies I worked on, the SCR and the crowbar circuit was shorted, and on the last power supply I worked on, there was a diode that had turned into a shunt. And quite honestly, I'm wondering if I'm going to find the same problems with this power supply, because it's the same model power supply. Oh, I'm wondering if what I'm seeing is Rifa carnage. Although, quite honestly, it's weird. Yeah, I think the Rifa capacitor probably went pop. Alright, at least the power supply is jumpered for 110 volts. I don't see anything like... I'm not going to plug it in because the seller said there's power supply problems. There's no risk there's no use risking it until I inspect it. But yeah. Anyways, so yeah, there we go. That's weird. Okay, so I finally can actually. Did they send me a? No, of course they didn't send me an email. Well, at least now I have like I think $16 in my Easy Pass account. Let's see here. Let me. If anyone's curious how much tolls cost to get up there, because I think I'd mentioned on Dave's stream that I was waiting for all the tolls to process from Easy Pass. Oh, wait a minute. All right, I'm not gonna be able to log in because weirdness. Anyways, oh hi Jack68K, welcome. All right, so I guess we'll have a live stream at some point where I take a look at the power supply in this K Pro. The Yeah, you'll have to watch the beginning of the stream because this was the third to last item. Now the all right, I'm going to put enough screws back in this case so that I remember where these long screws went because they were in a weird spot. Anyways, so it's the $20 K Pro. So we have 2 items left because I spent a total of $152 on items, I believe, or yeah. There are 2 people that I had to pay PayPal, so I gave them an extra dollar to help defray PayPal fees. So that's why there's $2 that if you add up every number I've said, you probably won't. You'll realize that I'm off by $2 because I forgot to mention that. So yeah, I'm also not counting what I spent on lunch because I would have had to have bought lunch anyways. So I didn't add lunch. And now tolls, anyways. So to get up to Hunt Valley, Maryland, when I got to Northern Virginia, I didn't leave the house when I wanted to. So to catch up on a little bit of time, I thought to myself, well, I'll take the express lanes. So taking the express lanes from the slip ramp right after I got on to I-66, all the way to where the express lane ends on I-495, which in hindsight, that is like the most disappointingly short express lane distance on I-95. They should be ashamed at how short that express lane is. But, well, they probably don't care. Anyways, that was $10.60. Welcome to Northern Virginia. Now, driving back from the event, my legs were so tired from walking around, and I had to slow down and stop so many times on 695 and 95 and 495 that even though I'd kind of tried to talk myself out of taking the express lanes, by the time I got to Northern Virginia, I was tired of stopping and I wanted to give my legs a rest, but not like I could just like stop someplace and stretch my legs. So I got back on the express lanes. And of course, the express lanes have demand pricing. So, and I still have not exactly figured out how you're supposed to read the signs, but something tells me you are supposed to add up each of the numbers that the signs give you, not not that these signs give you the. I don't think the toll it shows you is the toll if you go to the end of the road. I think the toll they give you is the toll to the next sign. Anyways, that was $26.90 to go the same distance on the express lanes the other way at whatever time of the afternoon it was. But I guess at least that was nice having like 15 minutes of driving where I did not have to slow down for anyone because the express lanes were just moving, so I did not have to keep pressing the brake. Jeremy says the description of the amount of traffic reminds me of traffic at any time of day in Austin, Texas, except for the toll roads. Jack says, is Northern Virginia different than Northern anywhere else? I think the fact that it's Northern Virginia is telling you that A, DC is nearby, and B, you're going to pay more. Because actually, Virginia state tax is higher in Northern Virginia too. So sales tax is higher in Northern Virginia. So I think it's 1% higher. If I'm not mistaken, Chris can correct me if I'm wrong, because it's 5.3% in most of Virginia, but yeah, Bill says the toll is dynamic based on the other traffic. And it must be based on the other traffic on the main interstate because, quite honestly, there didn't seem to be a lot of cars on the express lane. Although it could be a hybrid. Anyways, I think the sales tax in Northern Virginia is 6.3%. And that extra percent is supposed to pay for the roads. But I don't know. Anyways, we have two more items that I purchased at the swap meet. And I know Jeremy is probably going to complain about his ears, but I am going to give you a bargain offer. I will only play the transition video one more time, even though we have two items, because you're going to very quickly figure out that both items are related to the following.
Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. In a world of fun and fantasy, and ever-changing views, and computer terminology, Commodore is news. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you.
Jack says, yes, are you keeping up? Jeremy says, thank God for the mute button. Jack says, I like the other version of the song better. Yeah, but I like the nerdy kid in that one better. It's more like me than... I can more easily identify with the nerdy kid in that one than the other one. Sadback says, floppy drive, yes! I picked up a Commodore 1571 disk drive, complete with a cardboard protector. So this Commodore 1571 was made in Taiwan for Commodore. Anyways, yeah, it's a 1571 floppy drive. The cool thing about these floppy drives is there's the ID jumpers. Very easy. Yeah. And now, yeah, it's very large. Yes, it is very large. Although I think it is shorter, but maybe a little wider than the 1541. But now you're probably wondering, okay, what is this last item Justin has? So Justin showed us this power brick and told us to then ignore the connotations of it. And then he shows us a 1571 floppy drive. Oh, complete with the free power cord. It's not the original one, but hey, it's a power cord. So I paid $35 for this 1571. So Jeremy's saying, did anyone catch the price of the pair of 1581s in Steve's video? Yes, I did. It was like $400 for the pair. But those are pretty rare, Jeremy, but still, that's a lot of money for a 1581. But anyways, I'm wondering if anyone's going to put like power brick and floppy drive together, like maybe 64 and 64 together. As to what the big item of the day was. Any guesses? Jack says, did you get a zip drive? Yeah, Bill says there was a lot of really unrealistic pricing on stuff at the event. Yes, there was a lot of stuff that was unrealistically priced. Yes, I will agree. There was also a lot of stuff that was very realistic. Anyways, Sad Max says, you got another C64, didn't you? No, I didn't get a C64. Nope, I didn't get an Amiga. Texas 64 plus 64, 128. Yes! I got a Commodore 128. This I'd been wanting one of these, and I got one. I think there was at least 3 there based on the spreadsheet they published beforehand. That there were some sellers that said they had 128s, and there were 3 in that list. The first 2 were sold, but I got this one. What in the world is with the extra arrow keys? I have no idea. Anyways, this keyboard is a little bit sad because it is missing 2 of the keys. But I just realized that because these look the same, is the stem broken in the same way on each of those? Or is the stem on the keycap? Let me find my key puller here real quick. What key does one press to make the arrow keys by the shift key change direction? Shift. So I think this is like down and right, up and left. I think, but it's really weird. I don't know why Commodore designed it that way. That is like the one aspect of Commodore I have not kept up with. But yes, so anyways, you're probably seeing a lot of blue tape here. So, as with the Plus 4 and the K Pro, it's a little bit broken. So, apparently, this Commodore 128 is having an identity crisis because it always boots to C64 mode with no cursor, but it has the correct memory free. Gutbomb says, if those are like the Amiga keys, they have a spring that will fly out when you remove the keycap, so be careful. Jack says, are you keeping up with the arrow keys? Because the arrow keys are keeping up with you. Jeremy says, mind bending if you're not used to that setup. And I'm not used to that setup. So anyways, you probably see the $60 price. Justin did not pay list price on anything at the swap meet except for the 2 hamburger combo meal. kind of hard to like talk down the published meal price. Besides, I suspect the proceeds went to support the museum's activities. So, of course, I'm not going to talk them down on lunch. So, I offered $40 because that's what the other two Commodore 64s were listed at in the seller sheet. And he was like, well, can you meet me in the middle? So, I paid $50 for this Commodore 128. It is missing the two keycaps, and it does have the fault. But otherwise, I mean, it looks like it's in good shape. And Sedmec says, I guess in a way I wasn't wrong, considering it seems to think it's a C64. I guess in a way, Sedmec, you weren't right. You weren't wrong. You were right. Yeah, it thinks it's a. Yes, I bought a Commodore 128 that thinks it's a Commodore 64. Also, it looks like there's shift lock and caps lock. I can't tell you why. All right, let's see here. What is an entirely useless key that if the keycap flies away, the help key? All right. Good call. Good call, whoever that was. Oh, and the K-Pro one, yeah. Good call, Gut Bomb. There's the spring. So, yes, it looks like the stem is on the keycap. Oh, so these are actually broken. Oh. But I wonder if the key might actually stay in. So, yeah, it looks like they are broken on the side. Square peg in a square hole, yeah. The C64 with a number pad, yeah. Are these key switches readily available? I don't know. I may have a rude awakening. Gutbomb says those are exactly like the Amiga keys. Sadmex says it's funnier that it's a C128 stuck in C64 mode for some reason. Amiga 500 anyway. Yeah, it probably is. The Amiga 500 almost looks a lot like this. So, anyways, I think that we might as well all right, let me see if I can find it. So, here's the okay, that's the wrong DIN cable. We definitely don't want to plug that DIN cable in. That would have been the power cable, and that would have been a very bad cable to plug in. I think those are. Here we go. I believe that if I plug the video cable in for the VIC-20, that it should work. Although, I could plug in the RGB to HDMI. There was a Commodore 128 mode. Actually, we'll do that. Let's plug in the RGB cable. If my cable will fit. There we go. So I got the RGB cable in. I'll have to change modes on the RGB to HDMI. So there's that. All right, we have the power adapter of unknown workage. I'm hoping that these aren't the power adapters that go all thermonuclear war on whatever computer they're plugged into. I guess I can plug it in and try to check voltages. All right, so let me plug the power adapter in. And let's see what voltages we have on the power adapter. Actually, I don't know what the pinout's supposed to be. Voltmeter, voltmeter. Actually, I suspect the shield is probably ground. So, let's see here. Nope. Wait, that is. I'm in AC right now. All right. Let's see. Let me go to DC mode. That's 5.22 volts DC. Okay, I don't see any voltages on this power supply that are dangerous. Um. Oh. Oh, this arrow key is missing the spring, apparently. That's weird. Huh. Alright, so the power switch should be off. Alright, I'm going to plug the power adapter in. I just checked voltages. Alright, so 3, 2, 1. Alright, should have power, no smoke. And let's see, HDMI 2, I believe, is the one the RGB to HDMI is on. And let's see here. I don't remember. Oh, of course, I'm probably going the wrong direction again. I am. All right. Sam Coupe, Enterprise, Commodore PET, Commodore 128. There we go. Okay. No sync detected. Interesting. There's something wrong with my RGB to HDMI? Oh, is the cable not plugged in all the way? That might be the problem. Let's see here. Switch 3, short press. Oh, that's not it. Oh, hi, Thomas. Thomas is asking, is it live or is it Memorex? Oh, I might have switched it off. Let's see here. Huh. No sync detected. think there might be something wrong with my RGB to HDMI. Let me try turning it off and back on again. Commodore 12850 hertz. That's not right. Didn't I set that to 60 hertz? No, this shouldn't be a PAL C128. Okay. I think this is the second computer I've tried plugging my RGB to HDMI in, and I've had trouble with it. So there may actually be something wrong with my RGB to HDMI. Let me just try plugging in a standard composite cable. And let's go to input one on the scaler. And well, it would oh, I had the wrong composite input. Hold please. There we go. Sure enough. C64 mode and no blinking cursor. So, yeah, that's pretty sharp. Now, I don't know why the RGB output isn't working, but it does look like my power adapter works. That's good. Well, except for the C64 part. Actually, I am curious about something. So, let me see if I can find my diagnostic cartridge. I mean, I know if I plug this cartridge in, it will boot in 64 mode. Plug it in. There we go. All right. Oh, wow. That is a really weird looking screen running the C64 diagnostic on a C128. It's waiting to grow up to a C128, Thomas says. Oh, RGB only works in 128 mode, Gut Bomb thinks. Okay. That could be it. All right, I didn't plug any harnesses in. So I'm not surprised we had a bunch of failures. but okay. So let me pull the cartridge out. So I'm going to need to locate a couple of key. That's C128 mode. The CIA chips, Jeremy's asking. Sloopy says, I need a C128 test cart. Hi, Sloopy. RGB mode is for 80 column mode only. Okay. All right. So why is it repeating desave? One of my F keys isn't pulled up. Thomas Armstrong says bent key. Um, they are all pulled up. I guess I will remove the keycaps because that's the only way I will be able to prove that they are pulled up. Is there a key you press to like boot into C128 mode? No, it's not supposed to do this. Function key is stuck down, Gutbomb says. Well, is there a function key you would press to go to C64 mode on power up? Because I think I might know what the problem is. All right, I just pulled all 4 function keys. More like non-function key. Am I right? Yes. Jeremy says, all I know is Go 64. I know if you plug a cartridge in, a C64 cartridge in. Sloopy says, hold C key on power up for C64 mode. I think I know what the problem is. Jack says, take it apart. Thomas Armstrong says, it's a Moss problem. Jeremy says, bad keyboard or CIAs. Well, I don't want it to be a bad keyboard. I was thinking bad CIAs. I was actually thinking bad PLA at first because that's where the 2 cartridge signals go in. I was thinking, well, maybe the PLA is going bad because it's always the PLA until it isn't. Prove me wrong. Loopy says bad CIA or DRAM. Yeah, I guess I'm thinking it's probably CIA or keyboard. All right, well, let's open it up and see what we got. Maybe if I unplug the keyboard and it doesn't do it, then it could be a keyboard issue. If I unplug the keyboard and it still does it, then it's... Oh, please, while I try to find the screwdriver that's not a removable bit one because... Oh, and the screwdriver I just found is too big. All right, hold please while I continue to search for the screwdriver that I have misplaced. Yeah, that one's too big. I know you all like opening things up, and I see what time it is. So it's not like we're going to have time to repair this. And I can't find the screwdriver I need. Hold, please. Please continue to hold. Our next available representative will be with you shortly. Your estimated wait time is go find the screwdriver yourself. I'm attempting to find, because I have a screwdriver. I actually have two of them, or actually I have three of them in the house. But I try to keep one of them down here, and it would appear as if somehow I have magically turned it into zero of them down here. Okay, I don't know where. The screwdriver I'm looking for is probably about in the same place where the sun keycap fell, because I haven't been able to find it after it fell on the floor. Probably under my workbench. Hold on one moment. I just found my flashlight. Let me see if I can find the screwdriver. And preferably the keycap I haven't been able to locate. That would also be nice. Oh, here's the keycap. Oh, that will come in handy, having the F12 key on the Sun keyboard. That will come in handy. All right, now let me see if I can find the screwdriver. Nope. Nope. Yes, we are experiencing technical difficulties. I have misplaced the screwdriver that I have that doesn't have removable bits, that uses a reasonable sized bit. And that's the one I need to remove these screws. And on that disappointing note, I am probably not going to be able to open the C-128 tonight because I don't know where I put the screwdriver, and it's not like I know where the other two are. probably on my workbench underneath something. But oh, wait a minute. I know where it might be. Hold, please. All right. Well, that's. I've misplaced the screwdriver. I don't know where it is. Sad thing is, I'll probably find it like 2 minutes after I end the stream. And it's close to midnight, and I told a coworker I would help with something in the morning. Flippy says it's just a T15. No, it's not a T15, it's a Phillips. I'm looking for a Phillips screwdriver. And I don't know where my Phillips screwdriver went. The one that this one won't fit. The bit is too short, and the bit holder is too wide. This one won't fit because this is a. I don't know what size Phillips it is, but it's like one size too big, I believe. Sloopy says, then they are not original. Well, and even if they were T15, I would still. Well, actually, let me put it this way. If they were T15, then I would probably be looking for a non existent screwdriver. I don't know that I have a T15 driver that doesn't have removable bits, so I would be going to the hardware store. So I guess in either case, I've got to give up for the evening because I can't find the right screwdriver, and I feel bad. I don't know. I must have borrowed the screwdriver for some strange reason, and Thomas says at midnight I can drill it out. Jack says, yeah. Loopy says, I sent you the C128 diagnostics on Discord. All right, well, I'll get to those later. Thank you. Jack says, that doesn't seem surprising given his condition. Yep. Thomas says, at midnight I can drill it out. Sadmax says, I wouldn't be drilling anything out at midnight. There's only one thing I would be drilling out at midnight, and that would be a lock of something that I absolutely must get into, or I wouldn't be able to go to bed. But it better be a lock of something I own, and for some reason can't get a locksmith to help out instead. Hi, Jim. Welcome. Jeremy says, there's always another stream, Justin, and that's the way I'm going to have to do it because I can't find the screwdriver needed to open the C128 up. And I have a feeling it probably is the CIA's or the keyboard, but I don't think the function keys they're not stuck. I mean, I mean, they're pressing up and down, so I don't think it's like the keycap's on sideways and pressing it down. However, I mean, could there be something wrong with the key switches? Maybe, but it seems like it's a function key and this Commodore key that are both having trouble. Yeah, Thomas says CIA. Yeah, I'm inclined to believe the CIA is bad on the computer. What does the CIA chip do? The CIA chip reads the keyboard, among other things. Thomas says, what happens when you unplug the cable on a 128? I don't know what happens when you unplug the cable on a 128, and I can't find my screwdriver to take the screws out, so I can't see what happens if we unplug it. That was the embarrassing thing. I have misplaced my red-handled screwdriver, which goes to show that red is not a color that I won't misplace. Which probably means every time I joke of spray painting something hot pink so I won't lose it, probably just goes to show that I would lose it because I lose red handled things, so what's going to stop me from losing a hot pink handled thing? Yeah, Sloopy Malibu says the CIA is the complex interface adapter. It is an enhanced VIA or PIA. Yes. I suspect the CIA is probably to blame, or there's something wrong with, or I don't think the keyboard cable's unplugged because it was acting like one of the function keys was stuck. Now, a bad CIA could certainly do that. Yeah, I can't find the screwdriver. It's probably in the basement. I mean, I probably still have one in the basement. It's the problem is I probably took it to something in the basement to work on it and then forgot where it is and now I don't know where it is. Anyways, it's like, yeah, 5 till. Jeremy's telling me to look up the WD65C22, not the WD65C22S. And I'm going to let Jeremy know that that is the wrong part for a C128. Take another guess as to who made the CIA for yeah, the CIA is the 6526. CIA is the 6522. The VIA is the 6520. Yep, I think all of them are MOS chips on the Commodores. Thomas says everything that you ever use that family has issues. But yeah, the 6522 is the wrong part for its C128, Jeremy. A good suggestion, but that only helps me if I got like a 1541 or I guess a C64. Thomas says I always blame MOS. So yeah, first problem is can't find my screwdriver. Second problem is I don't have a CIA spare. So Thomas Armstrong says the 6526 is evil. Well, then why did I even buy a C128? Because I wanted to keep up with the Commodore. That's why. I'm not. I wish there was a vendor that was in the U.S. Yeah. I don't know what I'm going to do for that, Jeremy. Thomas says someone's working on a 6526 replacement. Jeremy sent me a link for something that says it's a 6526 replacement in an FPGA, and it's like 40 euros, which seemingly think I can get an actual 6526 way cheaper than that. Of course, maybe that's a bad idea. I don't know. Sloopy says, not as cool as the C128D, but close. Well, a C128D I'm going to pay for. Jeremy says that's about $42. Yeah, plus like $20 in shipping, probably. I'm not going to just order a part like that unless I know that I need it, because that's a lot of that. And the thing is, I might need two of them, so that's like $84 plus shipping. I don't know. I'll have to. Sloopy says, just grab a couple from a C64. Those things are useless. I don't. I think the C64 uses a different part though. Cheaper to buy an old C64. Wait, I didn't think the C64 used a. I can't test some out of a working C64 because I can't get the thing open. And I thought the C64 used a different part. I thought it was the uses the same one. I'm getting confused. Then what uses? I thought the C64 was. I don't know. I'm getting confused. I don't think I've got any C64s that have that part socketed. I think they're all soldered on them because reasons. The VIC 20 uses the old parts. Okay, I didn't think I was going crazy and thinking that something used the old parts. All right, well, I don't know where the screwdriver is. I can't get this C128 open. I'm obviously going to sleep on it because I told a coworker I would help them do something in the morning, and so I'm going to have to get to work earlier than normal. So it is now midnight, so I probably should stop streaming so that I can make sure that I'm awake enough to actually be able to help my coworker do what they asked me to. Because I'm... Because let's see here. What is that actually? Oh, that's weird. Okay. Well, we're about to announce a national day that is actually on a different day, so I won't. I don't know. Okay, I'm confused. Probably because this thing's supposed to have torque screws in it and they're Phillips. I thought that this different part was in the C64 than was actual, and it's like midnight. I'm not buying a number one Phillips screwdriver, Jeremy. I have 3 plus somewhere in the house. It's just a matter of finding where the one rolled to, most likely under my workbench. Oh, I just found the wire I've been looking for 2 weeks. All right, maybe in 2 weeks I'll find the number one screwdriver that has rolled underneath my workbench somewhere. Because after all, I do need to do the following.
Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. In a world of fun and fantasy and ever-changing views and computer terminology, Commodore is news. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you.
No, tomorrow night is not clean up the workbench night. Tomorrow I get to do other things so that I will be able to live stream on Thursday. Because yes, Thursday, we are going to get back to the IBM portable personal computer, which is currently sitting right there in its disassembled state. Last Thursday, I got all the capacitors replaced and then ran out of time. So Thursday night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern, Jack is saying in quotes, portable, yes. We are going to test the freshly recapped board, and then I will start to put it back together. I do have the upgrades from TechSelect, so we will be installing those as I put the computer back together. And that way I can get that computer back to my coworker. Yeah, I'm getting tired here. Because actually, it'd be nice to actually be able to get that back to them, because I wasn't going to charge them for the work until I was done with it. So if I can get done with it, then, well, I can have them pay for the repairs. So that will be kind of nice, since I did just spend some retro money at the swap meet, because I suspect what I will put back into the channel, some of what I made on it, actually probably all of it, because, I'm going to buy parts for something around here with it. But Jeremy says portable as long as you have a hand truck. Hey, Jeremy, it has a handle. You can carry it. It's only like 45 pounds, plus or minus like 45 pounds. Not on the minus side, though. It's definitely at least 45 pounds. Jack says, any computer that doesn't have special power requirements is technically portable. Yeah, Thomas Armstrong is reminding us it's actually a luggable. Yes. Yes, much like the K-Pro and the Osborne, it's luggable, not portable. Jeremy says, that thing weighs as much as my son. Yes, but at least your son has 2 legs and can walk around. Even though sons do sometimes try to convince you that they are unable to walk, please carry me. But yeah, I definitely can tell you that the IBM portable personal computer is not going to get up on 2 legs and walk itself around. Sloopy says, no, it is draggable. Yeah. Anyways, with that, I am glad we could go over everything I picked up at the swap meet. I am hoping that gives you an idea of some of the fun things I will get to work on in the future, including Commodore 128, the +4, and the VIC-20 of Mystery. I am going to be looking for at least some keycaps for the Commodore 128. Probably some key switches if I can figure out what key switches they use, so that I can at least put the keycaps in. I do also need at least 1 spring, because one of the arrow keys apparently was missing a spring, or I somehow didn't realize that the keycap was loose and I lost the spring in my basement. So I guess if I find an unaccompanied spring in the basement, then I will know it goes to the C128. But I'm kind of suspecting that maybe it was missing the spring the whole time. Thomas says C64 uses the same parts. I'm not necessarily going to desolder a CIA from a C64 for debugging purposes. If I have a C64 that has them socketed, then sure. I think I might have one that has them socketed, then by all means, I will use those to test. But I am not going to desolder a chip from a C64 to test a C128. I just don't want to risk my C64 if I don't have to. I mean, I guess last resort, I would desolder it, but the thing is, sometimes when you desolder those chips, if the legs are short, they don't really fit in a socket, so it doesn't help you test. Jack says, you'll be sure to find that spring if you ever move, and you'll be like, what the heck is this? Oh, I should show you all sometime the little bag that I have upstairs in a box in my kitchen. That is a screw that I found moving out of my townhouse, and I don't know what it goes to. I have yet to find what it goes to, but it looked like it was an important screw for something, so I put it in a bag, and I wrote a note on it is like, found the screw. I think it goes to this, but I'm not sure. And I still have it in case I do finally find the item in my house that screw fell out of while moving. So yes, I totally get it. And I can totally see myself when I move out of this house, I find the spring and I go get a freezer bag and I don't know what the spring goes to, but this looks important, and go put it in a box somewhere. Texas, but are you prepared for the day when you find out? Yeah. No, I can't find my number 1 Phillips screwdriver, so I won't be able to put that screw back in whatever it goes to. That's the problem. Jeremy says, I look forward to a stream with that cute little 386. Well, we might have to do a stream with that cute little 386 sooner rather than later, because it is like just screaming, I am so close to being a fun little computer that I might have to take a break from the Commodores to do a little fun little 386 cute computer stream. But anyways, Jack's laughing. Yeah. Yeah, so whenever I find what that screw goes to, I won't be able to screw it in. I'll be looking for my screwdriver. And with that wonderful note, I'm sure you all relate to the things you find when moving you think are important. You stash them away, and yeah. I am going to wish you all a great rest of the day. I have no idea why my webcam is glitching. That is halfway concerning. Hopefully my webcam isn't failing. Anyways, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Thanks for joining, hanging out. Thanks for super chats. And don't forget to smash that like button. Subscribe and turn on notifications, because if you've seen anything cool tonight, you know it's going to be on the channel in the future. I know some things I'm going to need power adapters for, or at least a power plug that I can then hook to my bench supply to be able to power. Some things I need chips for. Some things I need keycaps and springs for. Some things I'm just going to have to troubleshoot the power supply again, but you know they'll be on the channel. So subscribe and turn on notifications, because if you don't turn on notifications, then you definitely won't get notified when I go live next time. So, and we got plenty of things, so I will spread them out. So it's kind of one of those, the things I got at the swap meet today, you'll see over the course of the coming months. That's not necessarily going to be like the immediate live streams or all that, because I got other stuff to work on too. After all, Thursday I'm working on the IBM portable personal computer, because I'd like to get that done. Anyways, yes, you are quite welcome, Jack. I am glad that I streamed tonight. Let you all know everything I have. If there is something you saw tonight, be it one of the expansion cards, motherboard, one of the computers, if you have a cool idea for any of that, or even recognized something I didn't, be sure to leave a comment. Like, if you recognize maybe where the cute 386 PC was used, or maybe the college you went to had Sun Ultra 10s, or even if you yeah, or that funny ICS video card. If you recognize what that is, hey, leave a comment. Yeah. Jeremy says, I do for that 386. Well, leave a comment, Jeremy. I think you're going to have to wait until the stream is over to leave a comment, but, well, that will be here momentarily. So get your keyboard ready, Jeremy. I know you've got a good keyboard to type with. And with that, I hope you all have a great rest of your evening. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for having fun. And you know what to look for in the future, plus other things we've been working on too. So with that, have a great rest of your day. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support I hope to see you next time, and until then, take care!